Whew, look at those numbers right here. Look at that. That number right there, really good. We're going to have a great night tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be watching this, watching that needle move. We'll watch the media meltdown. We're going to have some fun tonight, man. That's the plan. Hopefully. The fuck was that? Hopefully. Turn out really good like it did in 2016, man. So we got the needle going here, you know. This right here, no, not true. But you want to take a look at, right? This right here. Just totally ate up. I told you, man, the Hispanics do not want to deal with communism, man. They do not want a socialist. Not at all. You guys think there's going to be some mystery votes from Florida? Not happening this year. That shit's going to be called real quick. Real fucking quick. So, for our first little tour of the night, go CNN. Just see what they're doing.
More. You come over here, and you come over here. You're getting 68, 70%.
Let's enjoy the meltdown together, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great night.
Democrats. Joe Biden in the Biden campaign, number one. This is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About four, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here, and we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue. Suburban Cleveland right there. Close, but still, you're winning in the suburbs, and then you move over here.
They think Ohio's going blue. They're out of their fucking minds.
Time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split. Right, 47-47, a split there. Joe Biden right
yeah,
now,
there is absolutely no way he wins Ohio.
These are the suburbs.
Biden, that is.
It's the ninth
not happening.
County. There's 88 in the state of Ohio. This is also encouraging to the Biden campaign when you come over here. Not just that you're winning. Democrats are supposed to win here. But again, with about half the vote counted, we'll see if it changes. Again, you get early votes. You get in-person voting. They come in different ways. Sometimes you get a big dump and it changes everything. But 62% right there. You come back
My
pretty
guess,
close
9:30
split
or
in
so.
this county. This is blue collar.
It's gonna be a
with your hands.
whole different
Used
story.
to be reliable Democratic
about what
Party.
happened
This is
last
where
time.
Trump cut in deeply to the Democratic Party right here. So now you come out here. We're going to watch Ohio come back to 2020. It's a great race. This tells you, no matter how this ends, this tells you that this is a very different campaign than we had 4 years ago.
Wrong.
Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton. You see Michigan votes, you see Pennsylvania votes. That's it right there. Joe Biden can be president if he just changes what happened 4 years ago in the industrial Midwest. But
Oh, man, they're already starting it.
Let's
It
pull
ain't
it
happening.
down here. 11,000, 117,000. I'm sorry. Trump vote lead right now, 50% to 49%.
That's going to get bigger, by the way.
Starting to get the panhandle, right?
That
You
number
come
is
all the
getting
way to
bigger.
the West, Escambia County, Pensacola, 53, so 54 to 44. You go back in time. That's a little Trump's underperforming a little bit there percentage-wise. 88,000 votes, 69,000 votes. So that could
Hey,
be
Gizmo.
significant. This is the most populous
Come here.
county here along the panhandle right here. You keep an eye on that. It's red for Trump as it should
Watch
be.
Democrats get
Remember,
meltdown.
Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, or at least he was. We'll check on it in a minute. If you're underperforming places, you need to do better elsewhere. Could be some votes there to be made up.
Not a chance.
And you start moving across the panhandle. And again, this is what the president does in smaller counties. And this one's a medium-sized county. It's 30. It's in the middle of Florida. 67 counties in Florida.
Hey,
This
Gizmo.
one's 30th. You keep
gonna watch
coming
with me?
across. This is what the president does, and you rack up the votes here. And if you pull it out into context, there are a lot of them, right? So you come across here. This is Alabama.
He
this
ain't
is
winning the
Georgia, this is
panhandle, man. Where the
Florida.
hell they getting
Most
this
like the
fucking
South,
idea
except for
from?
the cities. Now, we were waiting earlier for Leon County. This is Tallahassee, the state capital, the suburbs around it. You see blue right here, 63% for Biden, 60%. You might say that's not a big deal. In a state as tight as Florida, those little margins, if you can perform, again, especially
Oh, my
if you're
God,
struggling in
dude.
one place,
Whew.
you have to overperform somewhere
It's
else.
going to be fun.
See, you're watching that play out there. Again, though, the president's still 112,
Hey, Gizmo.
113,000 if you round him up. Earlier, I was talking about, this is 2016. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2016 map. This is Duval County here. It was red 4 years ago. It is blue right now. You come back up. I'm looking at the 2016 total, thinking it was this year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes are about to be cast. We're really close to 10 million votes, and 131,000 separates them right now. But
That looks like over 10 million to me. I don't know where he learned how to do math.
37. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then
Let's
we're
go
going to
check
come
the
across here. I just want to see
needle
what
again.
the margins are. One of the things you get with this
F5 that real
spread
quick.
so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up
See what I mean?
100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Orange County, growing, a lot of votes here. About 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now. 329. So that's 50,000 votes.
Got to be
Running
careful
ahead.
with Twitter,
Running
man.
ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000.
Might see
plus
shit
4 years
get me
ago.
banned off YouTube.
Turnout's up everywhere, though. So the president's numbers are up, too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is significant.
You know what I'm looking forward to?
Again,
In about an hour and a half from now.
Suburbs,
Watching
Pinellas County, same
everybody
thing,
start
in the
worrying,
suburbs
getting
along the coast.
panicking.
This is a
You know it's going to be
This was blue. I mean,
Panic
this was red
City
4
when they
years ago.
start delaying
49.2,
when results come in.
49.5 to 49.2.
When they start
2,000
stalling,
2,000
waiting
votes
the
there.
call states.
2,000 votes matter. In a
That's
close
when you
state.
know.
And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all counted. 56 for Joe Biden. Come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton. So you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost.
It's
the state.
not going to be good
Back
enough,
to
by the way.
2020. You come down here, 66%, second largest population center, second largest county in terms of people in Florida, 66. Come back in time, 66. You're essentially matching what happened 4 years ago. The vote count, 553.
That creepy old
162 turnout's up a
sniffer
little bit, but you're
needs to do a little bit better than that.
there. And then you move down here, and this is the trouble sign. Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. But
No, he's not.
50% Miami-Dade,
Spoiler.
579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are. We'll wait for more, but Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here, 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state.
The
Joe
Cubans?
Biden is they're looking at that.
They don't want
Her headquarters
socialism.
Wondering what's left. You'll see what else comes.
I don't know if you guys know
Make
that.
it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. 63% there.
Yeah, he's stuttering, a little nervous.
64% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000 just in the course of this conversation. President Trump.
Yeah, the panhandle's conservative, you
As it
fuck.
starts to fill in here, and as we get more of the votes here, this is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places.
Yeah.
163,000 Wolf, 574 votes.
It's going to be a fun night.
You're past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. Remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that up.
89% of the estimated vote.
Really good. Toasted
Cheez-Its. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin.
Spoiler:
The next hour
Texas
could
is
go
not
a
going blue.
long way toward deciding who ultimately
Not even
wins
close.
the White House. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Election Night in America, brought to you by Noom. Noom is based in psychology.
Let's see what else is going on here. Let's see if we got any more any other things going on here.
With Mucinex
This obscene profit timeout time here, or what?
Drives everything we do. It is the foundation of trust.
Who did all of that?
And the truth that propels us forward.
What did you make of that?
It is.
What do we got here?
And as we
God, it really must be obscene profit timeout time.
A lot of money. And people wondered about that money, knowing the clout that Mitch McConnell has. And
Yeah, Kentucky, Cocaine Mitch won that walking away, man. $100 million he pissed away trying to get rid of him.
I'm thinking about money.
That's funny.
I'm thinking about how much.
Who the hell told them that they could walk in there? $100 million bucks if they're gonna unseat Cocaine Mitch.
I just checked the betting markets, and
really, are you betting while we're doing this, or
I'd rather bet on the market.
Look at that, Georgia +5,
According to the
3.25, 3.4 for Florida.
Biden was 67.3
Listen, man,
and President Trump 32.7.
It's gonna be a good night for us.
At 7:45, it dropped for Biden to 54.8 and rocketed higher for Trump to 45.2. As these numbers add,
listen, this is 2016 2.0.
North Carolina, if you call Georgia, this thing takes on a whole new dimension, folks.
You know, there's an interesting thing, Jerry, I was reading on, I think it was in the Sun in Britain. There's an investor.
Check Twitter.
I think he was based in the Caribbean, who bet $5 million.
Let's check the Twitter. See what we got here.
It's a gamble on Donald Trump winning at 3-1 odds. So if he comes in the money, he's made close to $15 million. If he doesn't,
I don't want to
much
follow
like
that.
Dobbs, it's pocket change. He just waves $5 million away. But what do you make of that? I mean, obviously, there's a guy who bet big, and it might turn out. But it does kind of. There was a trend of these kind of, not necessarily those type of size bets.
We're just going through all of them here. I don't want to sign up for this shit.
But
you gotta sign up. Fuck that, man.
Changing.
Well,
we don't play to sign up for a free account shit.
I was really hoping.
I wondered.
This is going to be my sponsor.
You guys want to see the gambling odds? This is how you know which side is going. Gambling. You can tell gambling odds.
It's obviously it's a bet. It's a 3-1 bet, as you say. They always say about betting: don't bet any money you can't afford to lose. And presumably, this is someone, as you say, for
Florida.
$5 is something that he's quite happy to lose.
Look, we'll pretty much win in Florida. I mean, come on, man. There are no votes left for Biden.
Oftentimes, many of these elections, Charles just points out, though, it can be very.
So I'd rather watch Fox Business than Fox Proper, man. Fuck that. I had enough leftism in my media.
Haywire on the night. That was the 2016 election here, where
by the way, as you're speaking, Indiana, we can now safely call for President Trump.
So there was the 2016 U.S. election. Of course, there was Brexit. The betting markets early in the evening of Brexit, I remember very
Indiana.
well, in the UK were like 70, 80 points out of 100 for.
Who would have thought Illinois is going to be blue?
Stay in the European Union, and then when those early results came in, of course, it went very much the other way. So it can be volatile. So betting so close to the event is probably only for the not for the faint of heart.
You know, Maria, looking at this, and again, we were touching on how it seems to be going to script. I don't want to overanalyze, only now calling Indiana and almost all these other elections, or regardless of who the Republican nominee was, he quickly grabbed. That was one of the first to grab. Kentucky would
see right there,
and all that. But
calling Florida
again. Most of
big numbers right there, baby.
Are seeing record voting. I believe 48 of 50 states are seeing record voting. But again, it was really just a volume issue.
How can they say this? Let's go over this real quick. The fucking New York Times.
Just trying to get a gauge of this, because I think
first scenario, Trump wins all 3 of these states. He's going to do it too. By the way, that lead is shrunk with the numbers coming in.
Is pretty much of a draw, so I don't want to overanalyze that. We elect our president based on the electoral votes. But
Shut up.
the anomalies notwithstanding,
The adults are talking.
what do you think?
How can they say that? Look right here. Biden wins one, Trump wins two. Biden win is likely. Trump needs Midwest keep his chance. How can they say that? But then if Trump wins all three, it could take days or longer to know. Come on, man.
Coming in, given the fact that 100 million people.
That's bullshit.
100 million people had already
By the way,
voted, before we actually
plus
sat down
13
tonight.
Cuban,
The
Cubans, Hispanic neighborhoods.
Is too close to call.
Told you guys they're going to be big time numbers. They're conservative as fuck, dude.
In the rural counties in Georgia than he did in 2016.
They are conservative as fuck in Hispanic communities. A lot of people don't know that, but I'm telling you now, because I know that. I know how to read these things. That's what I'm here for. That's why I get paid the big bucks.
Up to 33%.
Sad, I see what's going on here.
Second largest county in the state. It's about 10% of the state's voting population. 58% for Secretary Clinton. 66%.
Still
Joe
playing
Biden.
that shit?
Overperforming here. You just move over. This is the research triangle. Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency. 82% right now in Durham County here. Look at that. That's a big number. 82%. You go back in time, 79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters. Because, again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see.
They really think they're getting votes? Come on, man.
Runs it up in the small towns. 67% here.
Yeah, because people want to be left alone. They want freedom.
Interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting, and they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67%.
Everybody knows
Trump, Clinton, right?
Republicans show up in person to vote.
See where we are. It's about the same. Right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's
With
75%.
a quarter of the votes left out there? Yeah, I think so. I think it's good.
He went to certain places where they knew that their voters are, where they thought they could turn at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities. Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now, 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well.
What else we got on here?
Grow and
I really should have sorted this ahead of time.
Population is changing like it is in.
Ooh, Tucker's on. Let's go check out Tuck.
But it's always true in every country, in every moment. And I do think the results tonight, when you disaggregate them, when you break out the numbers, you will see that a lot of voters who wouldn't have voted for Trump under any other circumstance may have voted for him tonight.
That's right.
Because they were really horrified by what they saw in our cities over the summer.
Yeah, riot season.
If President Trump loses tonight,
yes,
why would he lose?
He would lose partly, I believe, well, probably many reasons. And, you know, if he loses, I mean, I always tell my children this, when you lose, blame yourself first. You know, don't blame other people. Blame yourself first. I think that's morally important for all of us, not just for politicians. But I would say there are a lot of reasons, and they're obvious. I do think the coronavirus, the administration's response to it, also the political uses of it, it was used as a partisan cudgel, had an effect. I think the general feeling that things are out of control, and I actually don't think that's primarily the president's fault, but we could debate it. It doesn't matter. The incumbent will always suffer.
It's always good to keep Twitter open. You never know.
Like, wow, you know, what's going on?
I like watching Twitter hot takes. It's great.
It's scary. I don't
good shit.
The future makes me anxious. That feeling will always hurt the guy who's up for re-election, because every election, and any strategist will tell you, is a very simple question. Do you want more of the same, or do you want something different? And in a time of anxiety, people instinctively say, I want to change the channel. I want something different. So it's probably a bunch of different things, but I think the theme is what I just said.
And if he wins, conversely.
And if he wins, of course it'll be, look, I don't like what's happening now, but these people are really scary. I mean, they're really scary. Really? Look,
yeah, they are. They're fucking terrifying.
Both the legislative branch and the executive for 2 years in 2016. And they didn't make that.
See what New York Post has got.
No structural changes. They didn't change the system at all. We're looking, if there's a Democratic sweep, at Democrats in the first year changing the Electoral College, changing the voting age, changing the number of states we have.
Got any more
changing
updates here?
the
Any numbers?
Supreme Court. I mean, changing the fundamentals, changing our system itself.
Got here.
And I think most people, even Democrats, are
Mississippi.
small C conservative, and they fear.
Listen, I'll take every state we can get.
radical change. This is like a pretty good country, actually, despite its faults. Do you really want to tamper with the formula to overthrow the system that served us for 250 years? I think most people, if you
Yeah, Trump is going to run away with Florida. This ain't going to be waiting till like fucking 10, 11 o'clock at night to call that state now. Kind of hard not to.
Joe Biden, I think, prevailed in the primary because he represented a return to normal.
He prevailed in the primary because Bernie quit like a pussy.
Thank you very much. I was okay with it.
I think that's right.
Bernie quit like a bitch. Again, guy's got no fight in him.
That may or may not be what they end up getting, and they may or may not decide that they actually wanted to go back there. Who knows?
I think that's really smart, and a lot of this, certainly me, I
Turn this up a little bit for you guys.
Missed what Biden was really about. But you're absolutely right. I mean, in the short term, what happened was all the energy in the Democratic Party was behind Bernie Sanders, and the donor. He really was the popular choice, I would say, in both 2016 and 2020 among Democratic primary voters, and Democratic donors put the kibosh on that. I mean, people like Mike Bloomberg,
Tennessee, man.
Spent $100 million in Florida.
You know Tennessee was going, man. Come on.
Like that's it. No Bernie Sanders. So Biden was the default. And I think, and I've known Biden for 30 years, and anyone who knows him will tell you he's a warm person. Nobody hates Joe Biden personally. I certainly don't.
No, we hate his son, Hunter.
The Biden of 1985 is the Biden we're looking at today.
Tucker, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Poll closing in just a few minutes.
Keep it here.
Quick break. We'll be right back.
What else we got here?
Is that a swing state? What is it?
It really is. Everybody like does commercials at the same fucking time.
Right. The fact that Georgia, in particular, seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody
What the hell is she listening to?
Watch Georgia, we would have
Georgia's competitive? Are you kidding me?
Very red state. And
I don't think so.
It seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money, and it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battlegrounds.
What the fuck?
Changing demographics and the suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it with just sort of in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case. In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida.
Yeah, they don't want to be under socialist rule.
Benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, you know, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump, it seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls.
No, exit polls are bullshit.
In some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds.
Fake Jake, man. This guy's a fucking tool.
There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida.
You mean all the countries you just named under socialist rule and they don't want to go back to that? That's the whole reason he came here.
In Arizona, and it's a very diverse group.
What do I know?
In addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups, like Latino voters, he's doing better with suburban voters. And we're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to put on our 2020 hats and allow 2020 to be what it is, which is that Biden may put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen from other Democrats, particularly Barack Obama, who was the last Democrat to win the White House. The Obama coalition was something fairly specific. It involved younger voters, involved a lot of black voters.
Yeah, you think Biden's getting them votes?
Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need to cobble together more older voters.
He ain't getting shit.
Women,
yeah, I forgot to take a pic, dude. I was busy eating them. I can show you the bones, though. The fucking bones, man. Dude, I pulled a bone out of those ribs.
campaign
slid right out, man.
telling me, and I'm
you,
sure
man.
both of you as well,
Come here.
coming into this, which is why.
Yeah, this little guy was munching on a bone earlier. I pulled. Oh God, it was so good.
In, the northern Midwestern states.
There's some damn. Ain't nothing left either, man.
The same.
Just bones that I gave the Gizmo. Hey, Gizmo.
President when he was
Say hi.
vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle class Joe. That's what he calls him.
Middle class Joe. Shut the fuck
You
up.
got to perform. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And I think when we talk about what's going on,
Look, when they start talking about this shit this early, they know it's a loss incoming.
They have to turn them out elsewhere on the
Talking about voter turnout and shit. Come on.
Three Midwestern states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia.
That was like an hour ago. Where the fuck have you been?
Votes, Trump wins West Virginia.
Hey, Gizmo. You want to hang out with me?
In the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes, too early.
How's it too? Of course it's too early. It closed a fucking minute ago. Come on, man.
Right now, Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30.
Look, Trump's getting minimum 306. That's what he got last time. Everybody voted for Trump. Did not switch. Oh, he basically won Florida.
North Carolina right now. Take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot.
Let me show you.
Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.
About 90% of the vote. He's fucking blowing them away.
In North Carolina, in the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated votes.
Yeah, Times has Trump winning Arkansas.
There by an impressive 284,000 votes. 54.5%.
Yeah, he's fucking all 3 states. You know, let me show you something. You want to see something hilarious? All the other ones have Biden win likely, decisive win. But when Trump wins all 3 of the states they have highlighted here, either candidate could win, and it could take days or longer to know. Tell me that ain't fucking rigged. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, okay? This is 2016 2.0. Except it's going to be much earlier this time.
0.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.9%. A huge
Not a chance in hell.
At stake in Texas.
Biden wins Texas. Ohio, same shit as last time, man. Like quarter of the fucking numbers are in.
Is now in. Biden is ahead there by about 7,500 votes. 53.7%.
New England was always lost. New England's always blue, so I'm not worried about that. Ohio's like neck and neck right there.
Right now,
Ohio, all the big cities have already called in.
States we're monitoring right now. Once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now.
Well, yeah, Virginia, as soon as all the D.C. vote comes in, Virginia's lost. We got Georgia.
Vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226.
Yeah, he's gonna blow him out, man. The mail-in voting, COVID fear bullshit didn't work too well for him.
Right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes.
You'd love to see that.
57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in.
Did they really think Georgia was in play for them fucks? You guys got Atlanta. Come on.
56.2%.
Come on, man.
42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead.
See, this one, I don't really believe it because the whole Beltway area is in Virginia, so.
3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall.
Dude, I was surprised. I had to wait like an hour to fucking vote this morning. I went there right at like 7 a.m.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination.
Oh my God. They're couching their fucking bets right now.
Voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But
Yeah.
you're looking at a map right
Yeah,
now
I was
that
number
has
56 in line.
in blue, Virginia in red. Where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, a lot we're waiting for votes to be counted.
Got in though. It's just because fucking they were putting like 5, 10 people at a time in a building.
Surprised by. You look right down here. Texas is blue. Mississippi is blue. South Carolina is blue.
Mississippi got called already, man. Where the fuck you been?
We're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways
Pandemic.
people are voting.
Shut
and
up.
Different ways states are counting. So everybody needs to be patient. Number 2, it's just without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight.
You notice all the numbers he highlighted are just the cities. All these empty spots here are going to be going red. These are all major cities in Ohio. Everything else is going red.
Point lead in Ohio, only 40% of the vote. There's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Ohio is a traditionally Republican
Wall Street
state.
Journal got it.
It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than
No
those
shit.
states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden is competitive and the fact that he is doing what a Democrat needs to do, at least so far, we're not at the finish line, but so far the bill.
It's because they didn't count all the ballots yet. The only reason is Cleveland, Toledo, all that shit. They're all major cities.
This is the biggest one of all. Cleveland.
That's why.
County,
That's why Biden is ahead
you go back
for now.
3 years ago, again, 66% overperforming.
See what I mean?
Hillary
Cleveland's
Clinton.
Democrat.
Lake County in 2016,
Fucking
Donald
Toledo's
Trump,
Democrat.
suburbs to the northeast of
Cincinnati,
Cleveland.
all that
Right
shit.
Right now.
That's the only reason is
those
that way.
suburbs going
Other than that,
above.
man.
Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly wins the suburbs. He's president. 2018, the suburbs revolt. Nancy Pelosi is speaker.
Revolt.
Test tonight.
Nobody
Does that
showed
pass?
up.
Does that accelerate? Does it stay the
The
same?
reason nobody showed up in 2018 is because Paul Ryan was a fucking speaker and he was a scumbag.
Suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump.
Yeah, see,
continues. Is it
Cleveland,
enough
Youngstown,
Ohio?
Akron.
We don't know yet, but Lorain County again to the west of Cleveland. Joe Biden at 57% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere, so this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60%.
Checking my
of the
Twitter
vote
feed while we're here, too.
as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue. Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has
Look at
no
the odds
path
right here.
to re-election. That's why we're going to spend some time on this, and we're watching it right now.
Pinnacle
It's not
sports
halfway
book, man.
through.
That's my sports
Halfway
book.
through means things can change, so let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly.
Yeah, you better.
See, we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one.
Exactly. Everywhere that's not a city center is conservative as fuck.
We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. It looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's
Yeah,
not, we're not there.
what that guy didn't mention about my wonderful state,
If Joe Biden wins Ohio,
everything between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia is bright blood red.
You can come up with some other scenarios.
There's like fucking 400,000 Amish that went horse and buggy to go vote for Trump today.
When you round up,
It's great. Fucking videos are on Twitter. It's hilarious, man.
It's hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in, and Biden has a 275,000.
Yeah,
vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian.
all those empty spots are all going to be red,
We have a sense,
guaranteed.
David, how much of this vote is early vote? How much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense, as John was just showing you.
Jesus Christ.
What you see here now is a Joe Biden lead.
That guy makes me look
Votes to
skinny.
Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97%.
Yeah, which means
of the current vote
the rest of them votes are for us.
is
We all go
early
vote.
That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake
Everybody knows
County,
Democrats
and
vote
in
early.
Rock
They're
area,
making a big deal out of literally a nothing story.
and we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more election.
Yeah, we're
votes
bouncing around.
comes in.
I had it on right now. Everything else was on commercials.
Right now, the vast
What do we got here?
majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more.
We got here. See what Fox. CNN. Fuck them.
The focus here
I'm waiting for the meltdowns around 9:30.
Philadelphia, which has been primary, as we saw in the last few days of campaigning. So far, they're not concerned. They're feeling pretty good about that. But I just wanted to go back to Florida for a second and talk about that Latino vote.
Yeah,
because
Latinos don't want socialism.
Right now, what you're
It's really
seeing
that
in Florida,
simple.
According to our numbers, is it's about 17% of the electorate in Florida was Latino, and you see among Latino men it's 59-39 for Biden. Among Latino women, who are 9%, the majority of the Latino vote, 64-33. So Biden wins, but the margin of victory is markedly less.
What's the needle looking like now? I like watching these needles. Just like 2016, man. It went from Hillary to.
Winning 62% of Latino men, 68% of Latino women. What we're seeing today, again, is Biden with about 59 among the Latino men, 64 among the Latino
See, look at
women.
that.
So the margin has shrunk
See all these?
going from about 37-40%.
This is the best
now
guess,
down
man.
to about a 20,
It's saying it can take days. Shut the fuck up.
margin in terms of the Latino vote. Again, the success that President Trump has
Just share my YouTube TV subscription with everybody.
is a key element in what he's doing. We also have to talk a little bit about, at some point, how he's doing with black men, which has been a big discussion. It had been a big focus going back to the State of the Union through the conventions for the Trump campaign, hoping even recently
Gotta go down.
some of these
All the news networks are down the
coming
bottom.
to the White House embracing the president, that he could sway black men to come with him. But, you know, again, it's...
Let's see what Mad Cal's doing.
But again, it will be interesting to see whether or not Cal Cunningham...
How the fuck is Florida too close to call?
Whether his fate is inextricably tied to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's fate in North Carolina, or whether there may be some divergence between those two seats.
Somebody want to tell me how to fuck...
In these states, some of them are swing states, some of them not, where the Senate races do appear to be unhitched.
How is Florida too early to call? Trump's like beating the shit out of him.
Some real drama and some really interesting end-of-the-night discussions in terms of where the fate of the Senate is. But before we get too far down that path, it looks like something else is happening in Florida. Steve Kornacki, do you want to walk us through what you've just received in Florida? Because statewide, they're at 91% now.
Yeah, we are looking at, you can see here in Florida right now, Trump's margin is sitting at 232,000 votes. There have been a lot of developments here since the last time.
Yeah, it's called a red wave.
What's left to come here? Miami-Dade still has about 130,000 votes left.
They really pinning their hopes on that shit?
We've been looking at Biden actually holding his own, I would say, in the same day. Remember, he
Come on, man.
54% overall. He's now hit 54. It may not, that suggests maybe as more same day comes in, he may not fall farther than that, but he's already fallen far from where Hillary Clinton was.
Are these guys smoking Hunter's Coke?
Tampa looks like about 30,000 left in the Tampa area. I'm just looking to see here. The same day trend there is favoring Trump. More vote. Here we go. We got about 50,000 still in Pinellas. Biden under 50%. Duval still has about 45,000 left. Biden, that will be a bright spot on this map for him. That is better than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. We're just looking at Orange County, where Orlando is. Biden, take a look at this. You can see basically at where Hillary Clinton was, a little bit, a touch over where Hillary Clinton finished in 2016. If we just hit this button here,
It's the same shit they did 2016.
size these, the bigger the bubbles here, the more remaining vote there is here. So you can see there is a little bit up here in the Panhandle, Republican. As I said, Tampa, we just
Oh, yeah.
look at Hillsborough and Pinellas.
I got cherry vodka in the freezer getting cool for me.
That's remaining there.
We're going to make some drinks as the night goes on.
Nor is that the case in Duval. In fact, and in Miami-Dade, as I said, Biden might be holding his own, but it doesn't look like he's making big gains. The other
No, he's not.
That's left there.
You can't manufacture votes, man.
You see 66,000 to come right there. Again, Biden's margins fallen a little bit as more same day has come in.
Same.
One question mark I'm being told in Florida is we want to make sure, and I think you'll see about 912,000 votes right now have been counted in Broward. Our estimate, less than 500 remaining. We are just checking to make sure all the precincts are accounted.
I got some Cheez-Its I'm snacking on right now. I got snacks in the fridge. Got some sandwich shit ready to go. Energy drinks. No beer, though. I ran out of beer. I forgot to get some today.
230,000 votes. At this point, Trump's mark that is bigger than Trump.
We're ready to go to distance tonight.
In 2016, he leads by 2.2 points here. Let's see if there's anything more from
I wonder if they're going to try to take Florida like they did last time and milk the shit out of this for like 2 hours.
Come in Florida as we see them come in close to over 90% statewide at this point. We are still looking at a lot of too early to call races, including big.
Oh, liquor-wise? No, just a vodka. Just a vodka. I ran out of rum, too.
North Carolina, like Ohio.
No, I'm horrible. I didn't stock up when I should have.
Like Pennsylvania. There's lots still to come tonight. We're going to take a quick break.
Before we take a quick break, it was Purdue who mispronounced Kamala Harris's name, not Tillis. My bad.
Who fucking cares?
In Georgia.
Who fucking cares what her fucking name is? Her new name after tonight's going to be Loser. Okay? It's going to be fucking Loser. Nobody gives a shit. Hey, you said her name wrong.
Now, President Trump has a total of 73 electoral votes in his column. Joe Biden has 91 so far tonight.
Let's check in with the campaign's Peter Ducey is at the Biden headquarters in
My God.
Washington, Delaware.
I got a whole bunch of coke in here. Not cocaine. Some coke. Make little cokes and vodkas. Mix that up. Maybe even Mountain Dew and cherry vodka. Make it like a Code Red kind of deal.
Very optimistic here at the Trump campaign, and folks here at the White House as well, believing that the president is
Something like that. I've had that before. A Mountain Dew and cherry vodka tastes almost just like Code Red.
I was at a campaign event, his last one at the Villages. It was a week ago Friday, last Friday. There were thousands of people there. The enthusiasm really was off the charts. But as importantly, President Trump really does seem to be performing much better
it is good.
voters in Florida this year than he did back in 2016.
Oh, shit.
And when you
These
talk about
people, in about an hour and a half, they're going to be all on suicide watch.
Florida a couple of days ago, 12,000 people were there. So I was talking to somebody from the Trump campaign a short time ago. They believe that Florida is a lock for them. They're just waiting for the official call. More difficult is what's going on.
People stealing the fucking ice cold Cokes.
Well, there. I was in Scranton.
Hold on.
Area yesterday.
Be right back.
Enthusiasm
I gotta put fucking Cokes in the fridge because somebody stole all the fucking cold Cokes.
Concern about 3 days of counting ballots thereafter. Those ballots will be counted but segregated. Anything that comes in after 8 o'clock tonight that could be potentially the focus of a legal challenge, but that all depends on what happens tonight. If Joe Biden were to run away with it, clearly there wouldn't be a challenge, or if President Trump were to run away with it,
Put the ice cold Coke Zeros in the fridge.
So we'll still have to wait to see. Other than that, the campaign feeling good about Arizona, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa, and Ohio. There's some thought that the president could flip Nevada, the idea being that casino workers and other service workers are concerned about more coronavirus lockdowns under a Biden presidency, and the fact that that might actually cause some of the casinos and hotels to go under. Might they come out for President Trump? And then there's Minnesota. They think they have a chance there.
Hell yeah, we got a chance. We got a chance everywhere, man.
Even Ronald Reagan, in his 49-state sweep in 1984, couldn't pick off Minnesota. But the Trump campaign,
yeah, well, riot season changed that math.
That they might be able to do it tonight. We'll wait and see. Basically, the president says we're looking good all over the country. Time will tell. And I know that's a cliche, but it's
what else we got on here?
Brett?
You know, John, real quick, Ohio, we've got the board pulled up here, and that vote, as we said, early vote going for Joe Biden in Ohio. There was confidence, though, in the Trump campaign about the situation on the ground in Ohio, right?
Yeah, and of course,
I know. I need to get a mini fridge right by the side here.
But they believe as the numbers start to come in that things will turn around. They really do believe that Ohio is going to go into the win column for them. But this idea,
look, all those blank spots are red.
It's not going to affect the vote because the vote's already been taken, but it certainly will be a big psychological boost for the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
All right, John, thank you.
It's worth pointing out that Florida started counting weeks ago. So they may be one of the states that in the battleground category that has perhaps the most efficient process.
They're not doing what they did in 2016.
That we're going to be able to make, some call on Florida tonight.
They were afraid of 2,000.
Yeah,
I remember Tallahassee.
They want to make sure they've got it, all those I's dotted and T's crossed.
You want to see a young Turks? Let's go see if they're doing anything yet. These fucking losers.
An agent of Wall Street. When no one's enforcing the law, the criminals take over.
Ah, shut the fuck up. Why are these people in fucking commercials?
To, and you have to figure out a way to get them back to work. And the other thing,
that 10% PA vote, that's just all the city.
You cream consumption because consumption is driven by people earning money. If they have money,
yeah, no shit. You are quick, my friend.
Consume. And the ones that are hurt the most are at the lower edge of the.
See CNN panicking yet?
Have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House? We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the
I think they got a chance in Texas.
Poll closing just minutes from now at 9 Eastern. When the last poll in 14 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico.
Bad news for jobs report. Might have 10,000 unemployed posters in the next few days.
Wisconsin and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's
We're gonna win. We are gonna win big, man. I just have that feeling.
Win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert.
Key race alert.
All right, 5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a nearly 220,000 vote lead right now over Trump, 52.1% to 46.8%. And once again, 70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. In Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000.
Yeah, Hillary did too, and look how that worked out.
54.9% to 43.9%.
She lost by like 8 points.
18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead.
That'll be evaporated real quick.
Vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189,000 over Trump, 50.6%.
Yeah, and most of Texas hasn't been fucking tabulated yet. Come on, man. Don't lie to your viewers like that. They're the actual map.
53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida.
It's exactly what our team called it to be.
48.3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 107,000 vote lead over Biden, 59.7% to 38.2%.
Dude, we're not losing the states we won last time.
The vote is now in. Trump is ahead by almost 177,000 votes right now, 55.9% to 43.1%. More than a third of the vote is in Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead over Biden.
See, they haven't counted the deep state votes yet.
40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those 2 states, potentially, that could be the ballgame.
Yeah, win him.
Those are 2 states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue walls. So let's focus on them. Ohio,
not a chance.
Focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue, right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math, and again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, Election day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different, and the map's going to bounce around a little bit. And this is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And for out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio, because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton, outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a flip of 4 years ago. The president carried the state 52 to 44. That was a handy win, an easy win, almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. We have a way to go here.
Yeah, you're still waiting on half the votes.
Cleveland,
come on.
This out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of a state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up. That's why he's president. Runs it up in Pennsylvania. Ran it up in
That's exactly how we're going to win.
Ran it up in Michigan.
You fucking
ran
idiot.
it up in Florida. Ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out. That's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio. One county.
Wow.
One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Donald Trump.
They haven't even counted half the fucking vote yet. Are you kidding me?
Areas and in Trump counties, the president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. It's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here. They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back.
Notice what they're all saying.
To 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive.
Still
right
waiting
now.
on half the
Turn this
votes,
off and
so.
come back to where we are, about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Let's bring it out and we'll take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer
I
to that
love
is
those
no.
needles. You notice they don't do the national needle anymore because of the embarrassment that happened
Remember back,
4 years
Joe
ago.
Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, you're not the guy, you're not the fit, you're not what we want, you're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's message was, I can win these guys. Joe Biden's message was, I can do better than Hillary Clinton here and here and here. Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. If a Democrat
They think they got this in the bag, man.
In those places, Democrats are expected to win them. The question is the margins. That's how you win.
And Biden is ahead by 300,000 votes right now in Ohio. Let's do the same thing in North Carolina right now.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats.
No shit. They're all biased. They really hate Trump.
We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here, but we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those numbers will swing a little bit too.
See what they're reporting here?
Voting. Early votes came in first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead.
All that red.
The early vote.
That's going to be all red right there.
The president was rallying there all
here,
week
here,
long.
here, here,
as well.
here,
Today, on election day, the Trump army
it's going to be red.
Overcome the early voting. Well, 51 rounded up. It's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47. 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now, Joe Biden. And so Joe Biden, you want to do the performance metrics. Let's look at it. Where is the president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places. And a lot
the
of places
president, huh?
Again, Biden. I'm sorry, Biden.
Yeah, you better correct yourself, fucking tool.
A lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4, 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. She did that's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so.
How many electoral college votes Biden get when he wins in China?
Joe Biden. Some of that, when we flip it and look at the president, some of that's Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County, number 2 county in the state. This is about math in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote. That's what Joe Biden's doing, 65 to 33, 58 to 37. That's where it matters. Get the votes where the people are and try to run it up. So this is where you pull it out this way.
Man.
This is where Biden is overperforming, right? Is Biden underperforming anywhere? Let's check on that one first.
Again, these guys are doing it again, man. They are fucking not paying attention.
So now we're going to flip it this way. Where's the president underperforming? Several counties so far. Not a ton, not a lot. This is a very competitive state. So if you're the Trump campaign, that's not horrible. You don't want to underperform anywhere. Let's see if the president's overperforming anywhere, which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple of these smaller counties down here?
Notice all that red when they hit that button? Look at that shit.
The metric we showed you. The key metric.
You notice all that red?
You lived the last campaign.
Oh, shit.
Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are
they hit the wrong button.
Cities surrounded by suburbs. The farther out in the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do. And so if you're Joe Biden, especially, again, down here along the coast, you're looking for places that flip. New Hanover County, you're along the coast. Wilmington, 52-47. 4 years ago was the other way, 50 to 46.
Not
you're
worried.
flipping counties because you're overperforming. These are suburban voters. This, again, the Republican revolt. Women will watch the women votes number, the gender gap at the end of the night. But if you're coming in here now, let me just turn this off as we go and look. Here's where we are. 193,000.
See all that
votes.
red?
That's a little closer. That's a
around
little
North
closer.
Carolina.
The election day vote is starting to come in. The leaders
They should be worried about that.
And again, as the election day vote comes in, you're watching places like this. Tiny counties, right? There's 100 counties in North Carolina.
Everything's a fucking tiny county to this dude.
This is where the president does.
It's a tiny county. It's tiny.
Come back in time. 72%, right? So this is where he does it here in North Carolina. We're going to watch this play out. I just want to pull out the map just to see if anything else has changed. Come back to 2020 and take a look. Texas is still blue. Let's just take a peek. Still at 65%, but again, see the smaller here. Most of that's going to fill in red. Most of that's going to fill in red. But if
you notice San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Houston.
A long way to go, though.
Come on, man.
Long way to go. Let's just move around. Oklahoma is as it should be. We see that one coming in red. I want to come back over here and look again at Georgia. We haven't had any votes from Georgia in a while. The vote count's not going up that much.
It's going to be red.
Lead for the president right now, but we got a long way to go here. Let's just come back.
Shut the fuck up, man.
The state that could decide it all. Again, the president needs.
Like I said, they're all fucking coming up red.
52%, 54 to 45, Battleground, Ohio.
Not worried about that.
To fill in, but still a long way to go, Wolf.
Certainly as voting, John, is about to end in 14 states. That's the second biggest
That's
wave
some funny
of
shit,
results
man.
tonight. 156 electoral votes are up for grabs.
See how bad Fox News is. Fox News, man, went real left real fucking quick.
And it is now 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls have just closed in 14 states across the country. Several of these are considered crucial battlegrounds for whoever will win the White House. Let's start tonight with Arizona, a state that could make
Poll just closed, and they're already going to say
second term.
Come on.
Although the president spent the last 8 months trailing Joe Biden in Arizona's pre-election polls, he did manage to close that gap in the campaign's final days. Still, as of this moment, our decision desk has no decision to announce on the Grand Canyon state.
Nor can we make a call in Texas. Democrats have been trying to turn Texas blue for several presidential cycles.
Texas not going blue,
Joe
man.
Biden tonight would obviously be devastating to Trump's campaign. The Trump campaign thinks they can pull that out in Texas, but it might be close.
And then there's the Upper Midwest, which played such an important role.
I haven't watched ESPN in years.
Victory over Hillary Clinton.
I have not watched ESPN in years, man. Fuck them.
From that region are up for grabs at this
I ain't playing that fucking game.
Are ahead in all three at this moment, according to the Fox News voter analysis, although it's too early to project the winners. In Wisconsin, where pre-election polls favored Joe Biden, although it should be remembered that
nobody believes the polls.
Showed Clinton winning 4 years ago.
Michigan, where President Trump barely squeaked a victory than candidate Trump in 2016, and Minnesota, where Trump narrowly lost in 2016, and they invested some time in Minnesota this time around. We can, however, project that President Trump will beat Joe Biden in Kansas based on our voter analysis tonight.
And the Republican president will also defeat his Democratic challenger in the state of Louisiana. In Nebraska,
yeah, they went full left, man. Go woke up, get broke, man. That's the saying. It's fucking true.
4 of the state's 5 electoral votes there. Too early to project a presidential winner in Nebraska's second congressional district, which represents the last electoral vote.
Remember, Maine's the other one. We still haven't called that other congressional district there either. And similarly conservative Wyoming, President Trump will rack up.
Yeah, dude, I don't fucking do any of that shit anymore.
And the story is the same in North Dakota, where the president.
You want to throw some leftism in my way? I just tune it out.
Trump also wins South Dakota.
Shocker.
In New York, the Fox News decision desk can project that Joe Biden will cruise to an easy victory over President Trump in a place that he used to call his hometown. He calls Florida home now. Biden will also win the state of Colorado, according to our decision desk there, but too early to project a winner in New Mexico, where Biden enjoys.
Let's see if they're losing their shit yet.
Early to call. In Colorado, talk about a closely watched race. Corey Gardner, John Hickenlooper.
I like how they always say these things are too early to call. They literally just closed a minute ago.
The Senate race, too early to call.
Too early to call, motherfuckers, up by fucking 30 points.
The seats the Democrats need in the Senate. Steve Kornacki, what have you been looking at in the intervening moments? Ooh. Steve's in Ohio. Hey.
Am I on? Oh. Hey there. I was just trying to get an update there. Let's take a look here at Ohio. Again, it looks like about half the vote here in. Where
3 million votes remaining.
Remaining vote here, a little under 3 million left in the state. Again, Biden with this advantage.
Again, early absentee always goes left, and then in person swings hard right.
Cuyahoga County. Still a ton to come.
These guys haven't figured it out yet. It's fucking great.
This is above. This would be substantially above, as we say, the Hillary Clinton level in 2016. Hillary Clinton, the margin she lost this state by in 2016 was 8 points. So when you go across this map, Biden needs to be improving on that margin, wherever it is, give or take by about 8 points here.
Yeah,
so
it's not going to happen.
Just take a look here. A couple sampling of different counties. We've been mentioning this one, Delaware County, sort of suburban, exurban, outside of Columbus. I don't think they've counted many more since the last time we checked in here, but just a reminder, this looking like substantial progress for Joe Biden.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
17-point loss for Hillary Clinton. Here's Joe Biden leading it by nearly 9. That could come down as more votes are counted, but it's not going to come down to a
holy
17-point
shit
Trump victory here. Take a look here
at
in
that.
Franklin County, the state capital, Columbus. Again, a little bit more than half the vote in. This was 27 points.
Virginia.
Margin for Hillary Clinton in 2016, 27 points.
Holy
right
shit.
52 is the margin.
What the hell's going on in Virginia? Is Virginia going to go red?
To come in that could knock this down some, but he wants to be.
Is Virginia going to go red?
For Clinton, 8 points statewide, 35 or more, and probably in a
Let's-
county like this,
let's
close
fucking
to
check
40.
it out.
He's at 52 right now. Let's take a look up again in Lucas County, where Toledo is, still with 150,000 votes.
These guys,
to come
man.
there. Again, 18 points was the Clinton margin. It's close to 50 now. Let's see what happens where that comes down. We're looking over again in the Mahoning Valley. We've got a little bit of that same day coming in right here. Clinton had won this
How
by
can they call
just
that?
3. Biden still way up here. Again, let's see how that changes with the same day vote. But again, you're looking for places on this map. We could even go through a bunch of very small counties here.
Yeah.
Where Donald Trump, I'm looking through these for the first time along with you at home, and I'm comparing Donald Trump's showing right now with Donald Trump's showing in 2016, because a lot of the counties that I'm going through in Ohio, this is sort of the Appalachian region in Ohio, these are places where
Again,
really
see what I mean?
surged
They're looking at
in
2016.
in terms
All
of
the
his
vote,
level of
all the people who voted
support. I'm
today
just seeing, is he
is gonna
hitting
take that
level?
number, and we're gonna fucking destroy them
Again, that could change
again,
the same day,
like we did last
a little bit
time.
lower. I'm just seeing if there is a trend right there. So look, Trump in these are very small counties here, holding his own relative to 16. I'm not immediately seeing big slippage there. Here's another big county though, Cincinnati, and again about half the vote here in Cincinnati. Biden by 40. What was the Clinton margin? It was 10. So as this comes down, does it come down and level off in the 20s somewhere? That would be substantial.
But he has had another
improvement in a
monitor.
state where that Hillary Clinton
Nice.
lost by 8 points. Let's keep an eye on Cincinnati.
What kind of GPU
Cincinnati,
has he got?
Butler County, less than 100,000 votes to come. Trump had won this by 28 in 2016.
Listen, man. If it's an NVIDIA card, you're still good.
7.5 points, right
NVIDIA,
now,
man,
8.5 points
fucking
right
make
now.
some good cards.
Again, let's see where that lands here. 28. Can Biden shave 8 to 10 points off that right there?
All about that encoder with NVIDIA. That's what makes him so good.
We have to caveat this by saying we want to see as this vote comes in, is there a late trend to Trump here? But we are
There was a late
seeing lot of these
trend
places a
in
substantial
2016. Come on,
Biden
man.
Improvement from 2016. I think it's clear he's going to do better in this state than Hillary Clinton did in 2016.
DC, who would have thought Biden was going to win the swamp?
Again, let's just refresh here and look at statewide. Will he do 8 points better statewide, enough to carry it?
No.
Well, I was going to say, this is what the Biden campaign will tell you, is they added a trip to Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
They went, they made a last minute.
I still can't believe Trump's got 300,000 vote lead in Virginia, man. Holy shit.
Is that to be doing well with these voters have a lot in common with the kinds of suburban voters that they were targeting with their closing messages about the soul of the country, their speeches that they built as big speeches. This is the kind of state where I think they would look to expand their appeal to the same kinds of voters they're counting on in states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. So this is a state that I think they were cautiously optimistic of, and a state that seemed to move in their
Let's see what do we got here.
in something they saw in their internal polls, so much so that they added a stop to
Notice
the
they still have almost 3 million votes left to count.
himself. So this is the state that I think our friend Tim Alberta from Politico is reporting on the kinds of voters that would make up these gaps that Steve is talking about in the last 30, 40 minutes, would be of great interest, and there would be sort of a through line between the issues that would have turned them toward Biden in these closing days.
Well, it's funny that this is the reason that a lot, particularly of older black voters, wanted Biden to be the nominee. He is the kind of candidate who is the
Aren't you still looking for the hackers from your laptop, dude?
Working class voters that a Democrat could possibly do, which is not that great, but better, obviously, than Hillary Clinton. And, Obama was able to win there. So, I mean, he's got a white working class sensibility, but he's also appealing to what we're calling the wine moms. And it is interesting that
What?
calling them the wine moms? They're called the wine moms.
I missed this.
Have you missed this? These are the moms these are
Shut up. We're checking out of this channel now.
college-educated white women who voted in.
We'll check out of that
Colorado
channel.
And Corey Gardner, who
How is Florida still too early to call? Florida's fucking done.
We kind of knew that Colorado's trended blue for some time now. But listen to this number. In the state of Colorado, men versus women in the vote. Biden won the men vote 49 to 47. But listen to this number with women. 61-36. Biden over Trump. Now, it's pretty hard for an incumbent Republican running with a guy at the top of the ticket to get crushed that badly by the majority.
How are they going to call Colorado that early?
Gender in our country to win re-election, and he didn't.
So who else has a question for Bill Hemmer at the board. It's Ask
My
Bill.
son Peter does, but he's not here.
Fuck you, Chris Wallace. Suck my dick.
Juan, what about it?
Peter can text me too, by the way.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, we'll get you on the hotline. The thing is about the.
Oh, he's got Florida. He's already got Florida, man. Florida's done.
Partisan member.
I don't know why they're waiting to call that.
And as you look across these states, if a Republican is going to lose, and you're looking at, you think there's going to be wholesale change. I don't really think so. John Hickenlooper was a governor of Colorado, and I know Colorado is more of a reliably blue state now for Democrats, but it's still fairly moderate, and so there's that. I guess, Bill, one of the things that I was wondering is, in Colorado, how much, we're talking about the suburban vote a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can see that on
Can't
the
really
map
see
there.
it just yet. It really hasn't filled in just yet there, Dana.
Well, that's a terrible question then.
That's okay.
I'll do better next time.
How about North Carolina, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, all that
I think this is really interesting, guys. You have about 22% of the votes still to be tallied here. Joe Biden's sitting in a pretty good spot at the moment.
Not worried.
You mentioned Mecklenburg. This is Charlotte right here on the map. He's got a 2-to-1 lead right now. Fast math tells me about 500,000, about 500,000 votes there. So that's about the mark where we were last time around 2016. Just hold on to these percentages and watch where we are now. So you're at 68.4%, a little better than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. But in a race, in a state that was decided 4 years ago by, what was it, 3.5 points? Perhaps that makes a difference here.
No.
In 2020. Just pop in here one more moment. This is Wake County, something to keep an eye on. Heavily Democratic. You get a lot of votes out there. Over here in Raleigh as well, you're going to get a lot of votes there.
Notice they're all hitting the cities.
But still some votes outstanding, as we can see from 2016. Well, Hillary Clinton met the number at 81,000 as well. So you're about 200,000 in Raleigh total votes from 4 years ago. Still have about 35,000 votes outstanding in 2020.
Check the Twitter
Joe
again.
Biden's
Keep
right
the
at
Twitter
mark
feeds
where
going.
She was 4 years ago. Pop down here. I mentioned this when we came on the air a couple hours ago. This is Robeson County, one of 6 counties that President Trump flipped from Barack Obama from 2016.
I know, man.
So this
Stocks
county
are,
here is
I told you,
largely
dude, I'm not too worried about
rural
stock
and
market.
The president's got 58% of the vote. Pretty good number there in that county. From 2016, he was at 52.5. So what's going on out there? Is the rural vote starting to come in? Is it starting to materialize? Remember, we were told and we were warned to tell our viewers, and we'll remind them yet again, that early on in the night, the numbers were going to skew blue, and then the in-person votes would come in places like North Carolina, in places like Georgia and Florida. And that seems to be a bit of the pattern we're seeing right now. But at the moment, well, come back to 2020. This is too close to call, but you can see how it's starting to go more and more narrow in the Tar Heel state.
Yeah,
I'd love to
I'm not
bring
worried
in
about
Karl
it.
Rove and get a look at Texas and
Fuck you,
the
Karl.
vote that is coming in.
Not a fan of Karl
so
Rove
far,
either.
Bill. About 50% Joe Biden, 48%, 48.5% Donald Trump. It's close, but by my read, it's about 41% of the vote, and it could be a little bit higher than that. Let us know what you're seeing there, and let's see what Karl thinks about that.
So nice.
Rove's out of my league, by the way. Go ahead, Karl. What do you got?
These clowns really think Texas is going blue.
I'm looking at the numbers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, listen, tech stocks are good buy.
This lead is statewide is
Tech stocks are always good buy, especially stuff where bigger companies would use the patents.
Bexar County, San Antonio,
like AR.
88% in. Dallas is 81% in. Harris County is 82% in. Travis County, my home county, is 90% in. All of those are strong for Joe Biden. Tarrant County is 90% in. That's Fort Worth. And Trump leads there by 1,000 votes. So if you're a Democrat and you got 40-some-odd% of the vote out and the big cities are largely in, that 105 is going to disappear when Taylor County
in 20 seconds.
Abilene, when the East Texas, Piney Woods, Smith, Longview, others start coming in. If I'm looking at this, I'm happy if I'm in the Trump headquarters. I'm saying once again, it hasn't happened if I'm sitting in the Democratic.
Karl, what do you think the margin is in Texas right now as you look at that?
105,000.
Right, but percentage-wise, what would that compute to over time over the next few hours?
$3.90 a share, pretty nice.
Over the next
pretty good price.
I think it's going to end up being a 3%, maybe 4% win for Trump.
Do you believe that's tighter than you expected?
No.
Well, no, because we got a problem in the suburbs, and the problem that you're talking about in Ohio and some of what we've seen in other states, in North Carolina, Virginia, it's present in Texas. And look, one of the certainties of presidential politics.
Listen,
is
man, I told you, you get buy. Everybody wants to panic. You buy on the dip.
Certainty, West Virginia is now reliably Republican. Used to be reliably Democrat. Other states, Kentucky and Arkansas, they used to be reliably
Apparently,
Democrats,
Vuzix
now reliably Republican.
has smart glasses that at manufacturing plants.
Do you think that
International
calculation puts John Cornyn
that's not
in
bad.
trouble?
No, not at all. Cornyn has been consistently running ahead of the president in Texas. In fact, tonight I bet the big story inside Texas will be that the Republicans will keep control of the state house, even after tens of millions of dollars have been pumped into the state. There's a guy I've never heard of in Silicon Valley who spent $11 million in state house races, which means
see, Trump minus 214 Ohio. Always believe the gambling odds.
$500 to $1 million in each of those from either Bloomberg and Barack Obama and Eric Holder, who had an effort involved in this, or the Silicon Valley guy and a bunch of others, the money that they've poured into an attempt to grab control of the Texas House so they can control redistricting for the U.S. House of Representatives that has to be done next year in our legislature is extraordinary. And you can understand why. I mean, we're a growing, dynamic state that next year will gain 2 or 3 seats
That's
in the U.S.
nuts
House
if that's
of
true.
Representatives. And so the Democrats went all out, and it looks like we're going to keep control of the House.
See, Brett,
today.
I told you knew it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
There,
Right
and he's
there, all
got
the
his
scribbling.
He's got his scribbling. I want to go back to.
Let's see what Fox Business is doing.
They have maintained that, so they control the House. Of course, they're thirsting for the Senate, to say nothing of the White House itself.
What do we got
But
here?
When it comes to those 2 other institutions,
See what I mean?
way too early to call it. More of this.
They really think Texas is going blue, man. They are fucking crazy.
These are the hands of our nation. Proud, diverse. These are the hands that taught our children.
Must be commercial time again.
And contribute to the most industrious workforce in the world. These same hands push the bounds of acceptance and tear down the barriers of resistance. It takes many hands to build
Fucking commercials, man. Just give me some.
Now
Shit is
more than
not
ever,
commercials.
We need a show of hands to move forward together.
At Fisher Investments, we do things different.
See, CNN stooges are saying.
It's an important,
I told you, man. They thought fucking Georgia was going to be fucking in play. Come on,
right
man.
up here in Atlanta and the suburbs. So you start in Fulton County, you pull it out. I'm going to get rid of the telestration so it doesn't distract anybody. This right here, 10% of the vote. We don't have much in yet. All right, then you move over here, Cobb County, about 30% of the vote in.
Oh,
That's good for
man.
Joe Biden, if you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs. You come
About
back
another
here,
hour,
it's much
10
more
o'clock or so,
competitive. Again,
you're going to start to
suburbs, one of
see
the
the
biggest
mood
stories
change
in America
when more
right
people
now.
start actually coming
Metropolitans,
in.
They shift, move over back to Fulton. You come to the suburbs to the east. Gwinnett, 15%. Again, a long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote. Tends to be disproportionate Democrat. So you look there, you switch back, 51%. If it holds up, that's significant. You're overperforming Clinton there. But we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia. So we want to wait and see.
Preliminary? What are you talking about?
Pull up the
It's
map
going to be a
again just
blowout.
See what else has changed. Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for a while.
Told you.
Starting to fill in some
Fucking,
counties
you
here.
really thought
66%,
Texas was going to go blue. Get the
1,300
fuck
votes
out of here,
in a
man.
State like
Not a
Texas.
chance.
So it's very competitive. Everything. A lot of these states are more competitive this time.
Told you, man.
That's part of
Listen,
the story.
they're always going to
This was
report
not
the
a
big
close
cities
state 4
first
years
to
ago.
try to scare you.
Almost a 10-point race there. 807,000 votes.
See what I mean?
4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are. 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again, we don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but
No
there's a
shit.
Senate race out there. Let's just watch. About 40% of the vote in. Where is it right now? It's coming mostly from here, you can see. Riley County, Manhattan, Kansas. Fantastic military base out there. You
Yeah.
come out here, you pull out. I want to check in here again because this is it right now. I mean, no
Look at all
offense
that
to any
red.
Other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game, but we're still at 58% there.
This dude really,
Pull back
really
down
wants
to
Trump to
look.
lose.
Just check down here. to
Seen
see
his
if we've got
Twitter
any
account,
higher.
man. He don't like it.
93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards, not in many states perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida as well. Just pulling out and looking Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know
Jump out at you.
Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red.
Look.
People looking, their votes are early there.
He wants to try
They
this
don't know
jump
enough
out
about
shit.
them. Let's just look. There's some. I suspect this is very early vote out in Colorado. You see that coming in there. Joe Biden up.
College town. Denver's a college town.
I'm a broken record. Well, you see, it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. So you see President Trump, 2,300 vote lead early in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see they're red, but what, 17% of the vote is in Michigan. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes.
17% of the vote is in, and you have the President of the United States leading Wayne County right now. That's not going to happen. We don't know what
3% of the vote.
Right. We don't know what the margin's going to be in the end, but the President of the United States is not going to win Wayne County. No offense to the President of the United States, but that's just not going to happen. So that's how you just know this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted,
Hey, he's hoping to black vote in Detroit.
Day, there's going to be some distortions, if you will, some disruptions in the force. The main point is we'll look early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on. But the key is where are we a couple hours from now? And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, necessary Thursday. You have good people doing this in every state across the country.
That's
when
bullshit.
We're done. Listen to your Secretary of State. Listen to your county election officials. They'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just because I'm fascinated by it, this is a statement right now. Again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive and making Republicans in Ohio nervous tonight and making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him frequently during the COVID crisis. Governor DeWine was on our air earlier today saying he thought the president would squeak it out. There's still time. There's time. There's time to squeak it out. But that would be the ultimate statement right there. I just want to check in on Virginia again. Because if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, which is in Northern Virginia, you're looking at this and you're thinking, can that be real? I suspect, this is a state, when I started doing this, it was a Republican state. Then it became a purple state. It's considered a blue state now. Again, we're waiting. This is the biggest dump of votes right here. And we've seen this in previous campaigns, including the presidential election in 2016, Senate races in Virginia, governor's races in Virginia. The Republican candidate gets ahead. And then in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, it's called the fucking deep state swamp.
But we'll watch. It's interesting to watch. North Carolina's interesting. Maybe Virginia's interesting as well. That's why we count them. We'll go through. We're up to 80% here, 79%. Again, we're waiting for more of that election day, right? This is why the president did all these rallies late, waiting for the election day surge. But if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, let me come back out to the map. You're happy? The red's down here. North Carolina blue, Ohio blue at this hour. Makes you nervous, Wolf.
Not really.
There's much more ahead as more polling places close at the top of the hour. Two more important battleground states are on the line, Iowa and Nevada.
Favorite to win.
Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
It's going to be a good night for us, man. I'll tell you that.
Brought to you by Borat. Subsequent movie.
Borat. That movie was total dog shit, by the way. That movie was absolute dog shit.
Clean shield in your window and let your customers know that you're committed to a higher standard of clean. For a free quote, visit servpro.com.
A small thing like Corey krill oil can make
God, man, commercials. I don't want fucking commercials.
From pure Antarctic waters, krill are an omega-3 force of nature and supports immune, heart.
What are these losers talking about?
Fill it. Stay with us.
It must be just normal commercial time now.
I started noticing losing my hair in my 20s.
I was like, yeah, my hairline is definitely starting to.
Man, everybody's just doing the commercial shit.
The X-Chair lets you customize for the same measure of amazing comfort no matter what yours.
What are these losers talking about here? Let's see. Another fucking commercial. I swear to God.
When it really matters, trust ADT. ADT.
A pill that directly blocks
God, man.
protein, believed to be
Ads are as bad as Twitch.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere.
Man, these ads are as bad as fucking Twitch.
Mayim Bialik is coming to Fox.
I play the owner of a cat cafe.
Why is BBC reporting on our election? Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Call Me Cat premieres this January on Fox. From big time fake.
Like a little bit of a lag.
So Florida's 29 electoral votes, still too early to award to President Trump or Joe Biden.
They really don't want to give up Florida. Fuck these guys.
Who is on the ground there in Lauderhill, Florida.
That looks like a poor man's Alex Jones.
Martha, they're counting ballots behind me in Broward County, and a couple of storylines really developing here in Florida. One is what's going on in Miami-Dade County. That's, of course, high population, heavily Democratic county. This county Hillary Clinton won by 30 points.
It doesn't matter.
And something the Democrats need to run up big margins in. However, Biden is leading by just 9 points. So Trump dramatically overperforming in Miami-Dade County. A second storyline is tremendous turnout in some conservative areas. Collier County, where Naples is,
we're playing to win, boys.
1% turnout. And the Villages, conservative bastion, senior citizens in Central Florida, 88% turnout. So it looks like President Trump is so far running up big margins in conservative areas and keeping it close to Miami-Dade, likely through strength with Cuban voters and Hispanic voters. Finally, officials here say things have gone smoothly. The polls opened on time. There have been no security incidents, and the early ballots were processed and counted and posted early. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Democrats retaining majority of the House, even picking up a few seats tonight, as we just told you. We're
Doing
also
Turk Meltdown? Let's see.
Specifically, North Carolina, a race that could be a decider.
Chunk yogurt fucking melting down. Let's check him out.
Right here, if you can, hit the join button below on YouTube to become a
Hey, you
member.
get a little sweaty.
You guys power us. You allow us to do this coverage.
These fucking
If you're watching
leftist
anywhere
scumbags.
else, tyt.com/join. We'll be right back.
He don't look too happy, man. He ain't looking too good. Looking a little sweaty.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to go
All right,
to, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They
see what these losers have.
235,000 a vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire,
I don't worry about New England states.
70% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes.
Can't worry about New England states. They're left anyway.
In New Hampshire, we have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida. Right now,
This is just like 2016. It took forever to call Florida.
Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes. 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida.
It's the exact same shit they did last time. They took forever to call Florida.
Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in.
Michigan
Trump is
looking
ahead
good.
by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5% in Michigan. Still relatively early in Michigan. In Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, a very impressive lead of 332,000 votes.
I don't think that'll hold
In the state of
because
Virginia,
Deep State Swamp.
57% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dana Bash is looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth.
Cocaine Mitch.
And that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton.
$100 million in that race. Down the fucking drain for those guys.
And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Hagerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jean Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey.
Spartacus
Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent, Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30%.
Gotta remember, they only count cities so far.
North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes.
That'll be wiped out.
48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching.
There's no way how that dude was beating Lindsey.
Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jenna. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Colorado. Trump, on the other hand, wins in North Dakota. CNN projects Trump will win in North Dakota, pick up its 3 electoral votes. Trump is the winner in North Dakota. Here's the Electoral College map where it stands right now as a result of these projections.
Notice they won't call Florida or none of that shit yet.
Electoral College votes. Trump has 54, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these races. 89 right now, Electoral College. This is the most important. 89 for Biden, 54 for Trump.
Right, starting to get the building blocks, right? And again, a lot of unpredictability in counting votes on some of the other maps. A lot of
Get ready, man. This is when it starts
flips for Joe
to
Biden.
go down
This
for
map
them.
So far, filling in a predictable way, but that's because we haven't called the battleground states, and we'll see where we go. But 89 to 54, 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what get you the lead. Joe Biden has New York, right? That's why Florida.
He's always had New York, just like he's going to have California.
So that's why battlegrounds like Florida, Texas this year, Ohio, that's why they're so important, because they're big.
This fuck really called Texas a battleground state?
Is to build big. Pennsylvania, the biggest of the blue wall states. So if you're looking at this map right now, there are no surprises so far
Gizmo.
on this map.
You
Again,
wanna
if you come over here, I just want to pull out 1 second. Ask Brian to take a peek here. If you look at the 2020 map right now, we have Ohio blue right now. We have North Carolina blue right now. So let's come back over here and explain the significance of that, because we're at 89-54. You come back to the Trump map 4 years ago, right? Nothing has changed so far in the blue states. So far, Joe Biden is winning the Clinton states. The red states we've given to the president are states we expected him to win. But if you look at the map where we have it right now, and if that stays, right there you get Donald Trump down to 273 and Joe Biden up to 265. So you're thinking, you have a scenario here where with just one more state, right? Just pick a state. There's 2 congressional districts here and here. That could get Joe Biden to 267. But you could get.
You need 270 to win, bud.
With just Michigan, right? If Donald Trump somehow holds on to Michigan, you could get to 270 with just Wisconsin. If Donald Trump somehow held on to Wisconsin from 2016, you could get, if you're Joe Biden, to 270 by flipping Arizona as we move west later in the night. This is the dynamic of the night. Joe Biden has more options. The menu to him gives him more options, especially if Ohio is competitive and North Carolina is competitive, and he's leading in those states right now. That is the challenge. President Trump has a much more narrow path to re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again, 2016, the president was behind. He roared back. Election day turnout overwhelmed Hillary Clinton's lead in the polls.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's lead in the polls was bigger this time. It was bigger in Michigan. It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. You're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at, because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up
that thing's
two of your
old,
bigger
man. At
prizes,
710.
which would be Ohio
That is
and North
old.
Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina,
yeah, a little better, like a mid-range.
I just want to say, though, people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that has been trending blue, but, and here's the but, and this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still.
Listen, every little improvement counts.
County's the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting, right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina. Look at that lead, 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point.
Yeah, man. Every little improvement counts.
Now we're down to 85,644.
You want to
We
be
told
famous?
you early on, the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do
protection.
so.
Shut up.
And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it?
Yes.
We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right, 50.3 to 48.5.
Everybody
Much
know
closer
Obama?
race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But
Not
when
a
you look
chance.
at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County,
F5 some tweets.
57%, 90%. You get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5. Let's go back in time. 56.7. Right?
I got a 250 gig SSD that's basically just a Windows drive.
You come back.
I got another SSD with the games and shit on it. I got like 4 hard drives on my
It's a
PC.
good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right. In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at.
Gary Johnson.
A higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing.
Shit.
No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing. More Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes. 2,000 votes. 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016. 196. You come forward, 179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go, 80% there. We'll see if he can narrow the gap. And again, you're looking at these blue areas. You see the dots in the middle. These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? They're getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked there, as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, big cities.
When you round up, 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first, I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So when
See, they're getting a little cocky. Let's see what
he's got a 1.6.
these guys are melting down about yet.
In one direction or another. I just don't know which one.
Exactly, which means you're not 90% sure. That's insane to say that you're 90% sure in either direction.
You get a little sweaty right up in this region.
2 points, 62% reporting in Ohio. At the same time, a lot of reporters are bullish about Ohio because of what we've been talking about all night, the suburbs. And where it looks like the cities have not necessarily come in. Speaking of cities not coming in Wisconsin, Milwaukee and Green Bay apparently are going to take a long time counting the mail-in ballots. So we might not know what happens with those cities.
Hey, it's gonna be a fun night.
There,
We gotta hurry up.
Anyway, the
Count this shit. We got shit to rub in.
Here, let's see. 37 minutes ago, the folks you see behind me who are in line right now have been there at 7 p.m. They allowed anyone who was in line to continue to stay in line so that they would be able to vote here. Here's the thing. We won't have any results for another 23 minutes. That's the way
gotta hurry
the
up.
law
Let's
works
go.
here in Arizona.
Chop, chop.
What they have been doing is for the past 14 days that they've been elections officials have been tabulating. They've been counting. And
Told
so
you,
what
man.
happens at 8
No,
p.m.,
no
10 p.m.
fear at
Eastern
all.
time
I'm not
is
worried
all
about
that
shit.
information goes into these servers. They then get uploaded, and then we will have the initial results. I talked to Katie Hobbs. She's the Secretary of State here in Arizona. She says she believes we're going to have a good chunk of the returns here at the top of the hour. So definitely something to watch here. Also to watch, of course, the presidential
markets.
race. It's been
Told
a
you,
really
man.
interesting ride for the president here in this once reliably red state, Neil. That's because at the beginning of the year, President Trump and Joe Biden were neck and neck. Then a couple couple of months in, we had the pandemic begin and really start to
This
fire
pandemic.
off,
Shut the
a
fuck
lot
up,
of
man.
polls here in favor of Joe Biden. He was ahead here dramatically for a number of months. This caught the GOP's attention. Of course, the president has spent 7 trips here in the state of Arizona alone, not to mention all of his surrogates. He has come back and tightened things in dramatic fashion. So this is definitely something to watch. He won Arizona by 91,000 points in 2016.
We got this.
That made the GOP very nervous, and it energized Democrats in a very big way. Again, you mentioned the Senate race. Martha McSally here, the incumbent,
odds are in our favor
popular here as
in
the
my
president
state.
has. So we'll be watching that as well. Neil.
Alicia, thank you very much. The latest read. That's a battle to watch. That battle between McSally and the former astronaut Kelly here.
China Mark.
Again, too close to call here. One of the things I should remind you as well, some races go as expected. Others we wait on because they're considered potential flips. This was not a potential flip. John Cornyn has won re-election in Texas in the Senate battle there. Whether that telegraphs bigger gains for Republicans and maybe the president himself for that delegate-rich state, 38 electoral votes there. Electoral vote-rich state, I should say.
I don't know why they think Texas would be even close to being competitive.
6 more years in the United States Senate. So as things stand now, 1 seat has flipped in the United States Senate, and that is Cory Gardner losing to the former governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper. There could be a chance to reverse that, and for the Democrats, to sort of take their gains and then lose one if they see the seat right now in Alabama held by Doug Jones, who defeated Judge Roy Moore. Remember that 2017 special election? If he were to
what a
lose,
race! This
John
fucking
Hickenlooper,
racist right here, man.
University football coach. No one's making any calls on that yet, with about 1 out of 4 precincts reporting. That would put a watch to that and keep it to a 53-47 Republican Senate. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Other battles that are a little too close to call, other big states of which we're waiting on. Texas is still undecided.
How can they say that?
That could be an interesting development if the president were to lose that. Obviously, all the gains he's been making in some of these battleground states, Florida, potentially Pennsylvania, would be wiped out by a sudden loss in what once was a safely Republican state. But again, way too soon to say one way or the other. There's always been this argument that Texas is
our boys winning.
Every time they make that assumption, they're always proven wrong. So we'll see what happens on that. Too early to tell. Let's go to our panel right now. I believe Stuart Varney is joining us right now. We also have Lou Dobbs. We have our regular panel with us, Charles Payne and Jerry Baker, Lizzie McDonald. I'm curious, when we look at these developments, Stuart, and you're seeing what's transpiring and the fact that this could drag on a little while here, but it is largely, as I've been kind of repeating again and again, going to script. Maybe delayed script, but it's going kind of to what most folks thought.
Yeah, we're winning this thing, man. I am confident as fuck.
It's sort of sorting out.
Well, Neil, I see 2 negatives. Don't like to see what's going on in Pennsylvania. It looks like the vote is going to be delayed. The counting of the vote is going to be delayed.
Shady ass city.
Every opportunity for mischief on both sides. I can see the lawyers coming in, a delayed count until maybe the end of the week. The market doesn't like that. And although you're right, Neil, it was kind of in the script, you still don't like to see it happen on the night. Another negative is the race in the Senate. We've already lost, or the Republicans have lost Cory Gardner in Colorado, so the Democrats have gained 1 seat there. It's very close in North Carolina with Tom Tillis against Cal Cunningham, and it's also very close in Arizona. The problem here would be if the Democrats do take control of the Senate, that's an awfully bad move for the market because they have the potential of a clean blue sweep. Biden in the White House, the Democrats run the Senate, and they keep hold of the House. They could do anything they want. And in a socialist party,
holy
like
shit, I like this. I like this guy.
Mayhem. So I see that as a big negative. On the whole, though, I think President Trump is strongly showing. He's right there, right in the contested areas. Looks like he's going to take Florida, although I know you can't call it yet. I call that a positive. When I look at the markets, I see futures down, 150, 200, about 180 points. That is not a big loss at this point.
No, because the futures were down like 900 points.
Range. I just want to correct myself. 4 to 25-point range we've been in the futures markets. Jerry, when you look at something like that, I think the markets are just like us, confused. But the betting markets, they're a bit of a different story, aren't they?
Yeah, the betting markets, which have now for the last couple of weeks at least, have had
Betting markets are the real polls.
Biden win. His numbers have been pretty solid in the betting markets, and they were obviously as we started tonight. Just in the last half an hour or so, the betting markets have just tipped over into a Trump lead. Now it's sort of going back and forth, so it's 50-50, and that more or less
By the way, these are people who bet with real money.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's not just sort of wagering.
Exactly. People putting their money where their mouth is. They know where the winner is.
I think it is on. It looks like it's a cliffhanger. You know, again, there's a long way to go, and President Trump still needs to win these states. His path is still relatively narrow. He's got to keep.
No, it's
states.
not. Shut the fuck up.
Really key state for both in regards to what Stuart was saying about keeping the Senate and of course the presidency is this North Carolina's race. If as seems now much more possible than it did a few days ago, according to the polls, if President Trump wins North Carolina and Tom Tillis holds on in North Carolina for the Republicans in the Senate, that could be a really pivotal moment of the night. It would be.
See, like I said, man, North Carolina, do not worry.
States that was thought to be very vulnerable.
These people, they always keep fucking.
The Democrats
keep
were
doing
really,
it.
really targeted. And again, the polls have been showing for weeks, for months, Cal Cunningham ahead of Tom Tillis. If Tillis can hold on, and if Trump can hold on, that does feel kind of like a pretty critical moment in the night to me.
That would be a big game changer, Lou Dobbs. If you think about it, the president hangs on. The Republicans remain in control of the Senate, to say nothing of the House right now that is now going to remain Democrat. That isn't a big shocker. Right. That is a significant development right there.
Oh my God.
It certainly would be, and the conundrum, of course, is this president has coattails.
Told you, Trump takes the lead in Ohio. Don't fucking doubt me.
Majority Leader Mitch McConnell gave free rein to those senators, rhinos as they're known, including Tillis, to campaign.
I like Lou Dobbs.
Not in opposition to the president, but not to align with him. So the coattails are straining a bit here. Whether or
CNN
not
shifted?
Tillis can reach high enough to
They going post-mortem already on us?
One thing.
Let's check them out.
Is they've missed great synergy.
Let's see if they're fucking getting sad. I told you guys.
Let's start at Michigan, because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016.
Man, they never learned.
20% estimated reporting.
These guys never learn.
Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back?
No.
So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now. It's 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, the legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers, disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's
of course.
A huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
It's still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 600.
He's going to fucking destroy him.
To Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look.
They hung up on an early vote shit.
Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at
Ain't
Virginia.
happening.
John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it.
Be so
is
nice if he
early
does
vote.
win
And we know
VA, but
Joe
I don't
Biden's
see it
doing better
happening.
with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria. Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. We've got 2 more projections right now. I take a look at this. CNN now projects
Who would have thought?
Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina.
Who would have thought that?
He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama, will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now
You notice they
has
refused to give up
89
Florida again.
votes. Trump has
They're doing the same
72
shit they did last time.
electoral college votes,
They're gonna wait until like the very last minute. They can't manufacture any more votes in Miami.
Into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Young Turks melting down yet? Let's check these fucking losers.
Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral.
See what these fuck sticks are doing.
Left behind with without another round of stimulus. I mean, we just desperately need fighters in Congress who will
Shut up.
demand more. I mean,
Spending my money. Fuck off.
African-American voters. How is the campaign feeling regarding election protection?
I was one of the
in places
4,200
like
voters
and do they think
voted for
these
Trump.
suppression tactics there
It's 3-0 my ass.
and in places like Wisconsin are going to impact the result?
Well, the issue that's of particular concern.
Take the mask off. You're outside, you fucking pussy. Jesus Christ.
In a number of these other states, most of the
This dude's got nobody around him except the fucking camera crew, and he's wearing a mask. You fucking pussy, man. Living in fear.
When you have concern about voter suppression,
Jesus Christ.
it's an acute concern for Pennsylvania. But the Biden campaign feels that they actually were pleasantly surprised in what they were seeing in terms of same-day turnout. Also, in terms of the lack
Look at
of
that, man.
suppression
I told you.
by and large, they didn't,
Biden's going to do good inside the city, man, but the rest of my state is deep, deep red.
that they were getting their voters to the polls at the very end.
Okay. Mike Memoli, thank you for being with us. We will be back with you as we continue to watch the results roll in from swing
She ain't looking
states.
too happy, man. Look at Mad Cow.
What we have seen
She ain't
thus
looking too
far
good.
Is no change from 2016. Democrats haven't taken any states that Republicans took. Republicans haven't taken any states that Democrats
I told you
took. The
guys,
only
it
change would be
minimum
one
306
Senate,
electoral
where a
votes.
Republican Senate seat held now by Cory Gardner will go to Democrat John Hickenlooper instead. That Senate flip is the one change we have seen since 2016. Other than that, we're looking at static results from the last 4 years, which just feels remarkable given what has happened over the last 4 years. Let's bring
Oh my God, shut up, you fucking weirdo.
Administration and Obama campaign veteran. Robert, what are you seeing tonight? What do you think is important?
Well, look, I think some of the numbers that you're seeing out of Ohio are a bit of a surprise. And I think if you're the Biden campaign, you know, you like how that bodes for.
You're shitting a brick if you're Biden campaign because the rest of them fucking 2.2 million, they're going to us.
Pennsylvania as well as Michigan. And if you think about it, the Clinton campaign lost Ohio by 8 points, but only lost Michigan and Pennsylvania by much smaller margins. So if this campaign in those states are moving 6, 7, and 8 points, even if Biden doesn't win a place like Ohio, it may bode really well for those other upper Midwestern states. And I think,
Exactly, dude. The cities are always, the major cities are always Democrat because they want their free shit.
First place we see something switch, and it's all going to be focused on
John James looking real good, man. He's one of us.
Democrats haven't won that for a really long time, but if you win that county, you're almost certain to win the statewide race there. So I think that's going to be a big thing for people to watch.
Yeah, Arizona is interesting because Arizona has had some weird stuff, right? Trump won in 2016 by about 3 points.
You can see she's starting to get a little nervous again. She's a little deja vu.
Days to find out the winner of that Senate race. We are expecting.
See, the face gives it away, man.
Of ballots in Arizona an hour after their polls close. But then after that, we don't know much about how that.
Yeah,
that
she's
vote is
looking
gonna go.
a little rough.
Some Belt states. I mean, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona. The dynamics.
She ain't looking too happy, man.
Like anywhere else in the country. If Biden is able to get close but not pull something out in Texas, do we still think about Texas as being its own country electorally, that it can't be compared to anything? Or do we start seeing it as contiguous to those other southwestern states?
What?
Well, that's a good question. I mean,
Biden's gonna get fucking destroyed now. The rest of them fucking 3 million votes are for Trump. Come on, man.
Senate race where the Democrats run a really strong campaign, and even Republicans talk about McSally trailing Trump. So it may be that a lot of attention got paid to a place like Georgia, which I still think is very early.
Georgia was a waste of time for the Democrats. Check out Fox Business. Blinking a lot. Yeah. It's coming, dude. It's coming.
In the next few days.
I told you around this time is when they start, the mood starts shrinking, starts going down.
You know, the president's not a perfect person, and was his response perfect? No. But what he did do is balance people's livelihoods, their mental well-being.
Oh, shut the fuck up with this fucking Rona shit, man. I'm so tired of it. So is everybody else.
From the perspective
I want to see Chunk Yogurt.
of
Why
a
isn't he up here yet?
empathy and compassion, and really personalizing it.
Let's check out Fox.
Sounds like you know more than I do, but we got a lot of popcorn.
That fat fuck said never Trump or two, by the way.
On Virginia. So I just want to put you on notice.
Oh, yeah.
We're watching.
He's got all your chips on that.
Thank you, Chris.
You bet.
So the Fox News decision desk, minus Chris Stirewalt for just a minute, has made some decisions that we want to share with you. President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in the state of South Carolina tonight decisively.
Look, Trump's winning every state he won in 2016, okay?
Also project that Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina will win re-election by defeating Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison.
It's about $75 million down the drain for the Democrats.
During a hard-fought campaign.
About $75 million, I think, somewhere around there.
Lindsey Graham will not say his website on any more interviews. He has managed to hold off and will win in South Carolina, and that is a big thing for the Republicans, Chris Wallace, because Lindsey Graham, he was threatened. They thought that Harrison could really take him out.
Yeah. And Harris raised an enormous amount of money, tens of millions of dollars, a real money machine pouring in there. But that was never a toss-up, and that was never leaning Democrat.
Chris Wallace ain't looking too good either. Let's see CNN. Let's take a look. This is what I've been waiting for.
Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly,
Trump's winning the popular vote this year. I'm calling it now.
We were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states.
Again, all the cities.
The campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump
campaign
wanted
season.
Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead.
He's got PA red now.
This one here. These are the fascinating. They're just this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country.
Trump's up in PA, like I told you, man.
Big cities. It's a huge
The only
challenge.
place Trump doesn't win in Pennsylvania,
mail-in voting, in-person
Pittsburgh,
early. But right
Philadelphia.
Now, 49.5 to 49.2.
Give me a second. I gotta take a piss, get something to drink.
The president must win. Joe Biden does not need
Enjoy the
this. He
shit.
leads
Enjoy
right
the
now
tears.
By just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. Just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55% still. You have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more election day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the election day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It was close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now, 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. There's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? Then you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all election day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge
They still
margin,
focused on that stupid
83%.
fucking county?
You
Let
think
it
you're
go.
going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early election day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. What's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? And we'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in. 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 4 states, including the key battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. A total of 21 electoral votes are on the line right now. We got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada, right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well, another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now,
Told you that lead was going to evaporate in North Carolina. No, first drink of the night. Mountain Dew and cherry vodka.
64.2% to 33.8%.
Hopefully it don't taste like shit.
In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in. 26% of the vote is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%.
Yeah, that's not bad.
We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now.
Look at PA.
Florida. Right now, Trump is
They really refuse to call Florida again.
93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden in Florida. 29 electoral votes in Florida. Pennsylvania,
Nice.
Only 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 46,000 votes.
Yep.
51% to 47.7% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, a quarter of the vote almost is in.
That's what you love to see.
By 228,000 votes, but it's early.
That's what you love to see right there.
23% of the estimated vote is in. 57% in Texas. 77% of the vote is in. Trump has a 200.
Not a doubt in my mind, man. I have no idea what the fuck brand it is. It's a bottle. No, not Smirnoff. Some other brand. I've had the bottle sitting on the floor here for like literal years.
There in Georgia, 51% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead right now, 346,000 lead over Biden, 16 electoral.
No, it ain't Smirnoff. It's some other brand.
In Virginia, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump's lead is 189,000 votes.
I still can't believe that.
Biden, 53% to 45.3%. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. John,
let's see him cry at the Magic Wall, ladies and gentlemen.
What's jumping out at you?
Right now, I was just looking every now and then. I just like to look at president by county. We look by states all the time. I just like to look by county. You'll see a lot more red counties in America. You always do.
Yeah,
it works.
Hillary only won like 50 fucking counties.
But the Democrats win in the red counties. So we're just taking a look at that. It's a personal curiosity as we go through the nights. And now we come back to this right here. 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote, but that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red.
I told you, don't you fucking doubt me.
The vote there, 70%.
I know my shit.
28,000 lead, a big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9.
Nate Silver struck my dick.
You throughout the night requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your.
I know my shit, man.
They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings.
I'm good at this.
They're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The President of the United States now leading in a state he must win, battleground Ohio. 50.8 to 47.9.
Every state's a must-win, stupid ass.
Still a ways to go, and as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are changing at all as we play through this. This is a big shift. This is a very big shift on the map. President Trump, Ohio goes back to red for now. We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there. You're looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out a second. If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening.
No,
again.
I have not tried making jerky. I want to. A friend of mine has made deer jerky before. Some venison. Really fucking good.
A long way to go in all of these states. No offense to anybody, but we're 21% right here. We know Pennsylvania has some issues. Some of the mail-in votes won't even be counted.
Some issues.
Until
Shut
tomorrow.
up.
It's worth looking at. These are all real votes. The question is, we don't have context yet because we're so early in these states. So
what more context do you need?
Don't look at the map at this hour and make any judgments because we're in the middle chapters here. In some states, in the early chapters, again.
The excuses have already started.
Last time we were here, he was leading in Wayne County. We knew that wasn't going to happen. Joe Biden is ahead now, but that's a tiny, tiny vote count. There's a long way to go in these states. That's what makes them interesting. They're going to flip back and forth a little bit. Let's move over to Wisconsin and look. And again, the president has a narrow lead here, 51 if you want to round that up.
Narrow lead.
48 if you round that up. But again, 30% of the vote, a long way to go. So
one day I'll make
like
some beef jerky, though.
Look at it at home and you can, wow, we're not done. We have a long way to go. In a lot of places, including Virginia is red right now. If the president can keep Virginia red, the president's going to be reelected. But we don't know this yet still. 53 to 45.
Never had deer heart. I've never had heart in general.
You come back up here. This is where elections in Virginia.
Friend of mine, my brother, younger brother's friend, goes deer hunting every season, man. That's where I usually get my venison from.
Waiting still. We only have 28% of the vote. Fairfax County, it's the largest vote center in the state. It is Democratic, overwhelmingly so. So we'll see when votes come in here. Let's move down here. Look at this. Look at North Carolina. This was over 100,000 at one point. I think it was over 120,000 at one point. It is now 5,000, 2,000 as you speak. More votes come in. That's the magic. That is the magic of live data reporting and the counting votes. 2,000 votes ahead, 49.4 to 49.4 in battleground North Carolina. Joe Biden doesn't need it, but if he gets it, he blocks the president's path to re-election.
No, he doesn't. Come on, man. Enough with this shit.
This is a textbook example of what we've asked throughout the night. Patience on our part, patience on your part. Early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead. Now we're getting election day votes in. North Carolina, tight.
God, man, these fucking losers. They don't get it.
Relatively quickly in Arizona. I think nearly a quarter of the vote is in Arizona.
And so you see it blue right now. Not since Bill Clinton has Arizona ended the night. We're not at the end of the night, but not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has Arizona gone blue. And so you look at it now, and you see the entire state. You see the familiar cities: Flagstaff, Sedona, Yuma, Tucson. Let's be honest.
Yeah, fuck that, man. I don't really do hearts.
And Phoenix, one of the fastest growing areas in America.
I'll do hearts. Don't do feet. Don't do weird body parts.
Right out of here, 77% of it in. Again, we'll figure out what's missing from that. But Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 44, so a 10-point race. A little under 10-point race.
Maricopa.
Look at it. Excuse me. Get that to click in. Again, so Donald Trump wins Arizona 4 years ago, wins Maricopa County. This is the biggest basket of votes. Phoenix and the fast-growing suburbs. 4 years
I love
later,
the suburb vote, man. They can't help it.
The fastest-growing states. You get out of Phoenix, you get down here, Goodyear and the like, fast-growing suburbs. Again, the suburbs have revolted against this president. There's an important Senate race in this state as well.
God, man, they're so fucking stupid.
And look at the map that Maricopa County is blue, is a source of joy in the Biden campaign right now. They have to keep it that way. Let's just look down here. Pima County, again, 64 if you round that up.
Jamil Hill is the biggest fucking racist. Right here is the reason I stopped watching ESPN.
So by 10 percentage points, you're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago, already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this
beef
election.
tongue. Never had tongue either.
Turnout is up everywhere. That's a good thing. We want
they make beef tongue tacos. Holy shit! They really do make food out of literally everything.
There, you got some rural areas here that fill in the state. If you go back in time, you can see what happens here. The states, but this is it. This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the suburban revolt against
How are
the
the
President of the
beef tongue
United States.
tacos?
Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona, but we have a ways to go there. The biggest piece of the state, Joe Biden doing what he has to do otherwise. And again, Wolf, we talked about this before. Both campaigns look at the last guy's map. So you look at the Trump map from 2016. If you're Joe Biden, priority one, hold every Clinton.
Let's see what the meltdown is here yet.
High watermark in Maricopa and in Arizona. And again, as Maricopa goes, often so goes Arizona. And then the question is going to be these subsequent waves. What does that do? But
The
you're
waves.
looking at, this is often the ball game in Arizona. You got about 3/4 of it right there.
All right, let's stick with this Arizona news because this is a very big deal, as you say. Steve,
Are they really going to pin their hopes to Arizona?
In Arizona, we've got Vaughn Hilliard right now in Chandler, Arizona, which is just south of Phoenix. Vaughn, we want to give this to you in terms of
Got
what
all these
you're
dudes with the
seeing
masks.
on the ground, what you're hearing from people in Arizona now that we've got this first big dump of votes there.
Exactly. This is what, when we look at the in-person voters today, and this is where Steve said, this first batch that came in, that 75% out of Maricopa County, was expected to more heavily favor the Democrats.
No shit, it always does.
In-person voters here today, the number of registered Republicans to Democrats was a 2-to-1 margin. So we should expect Republicans to narrow that gap. And we have long said, whichever way Maricopa County goes,
Oh, yeah?
the state of Arizona goes. But there's a little caveat there. You know, folks on both sides, I've been talking to both camps all day, they could potentially, Donald Trump, lose Maricopa County by 2 or 3 percentage points. Maricopa County is about 60% of the electorate. If Donald Trump
Yeah, I bet it does look weird.
his turnout in support in the rural parts of the state. You'll recall last week, he went up to this town of Bullhead City, Mojave County, a place that he won by 55 percentage points. And those are the numbers I think that we will continue to be waiting to see. Ultimately, how many supporters of his own that did not vote in 2016 showed up to the polls to support him now. The one other number that I think that we were looking at is Pima County there, which is the second largest county. That's sort of been the Democratic bastion
Check out
of
Twitter.
Arizona for a long time, around the greater Tucson area. Hillary Clinton won it by 50
So true.
percentage points.
Bill O'Reilly said here, CNN guys keep saying a long way to go. It means we're getting nervous.
Joe Biden doubling that number again in that last 20% batch. I'll let Steve take it away a little bit more, but in
This is
that
a count
last batch,
for
we should
financial
expect
stuff to follow. Zero hedge.
narrow it. But at the same time, you'll go back to 2016. Democrats spent almost no money in Arizona. Donald Trump won it by just 3.5 percentage points. And the one other
Oh shit, the Lucitarians are gonna ruin it for Biden. Shit.
Here. Back in 2016, Donald Trump won that. But what we have seen consistently in polling, dating back to March when Joe Biden became the expected nominee, is that Donald Trump has been losing independents by anywhere from 15 to 20 percentage points.
You still believe those polls?
In fact, the case, particularly in Maricopa County suburbs, you are going to see Donald Trump suffering. And based off of these early numbers here, the first 80% in, it seems like that is the case here in Arizona.
Vaughn, let me ask you about a dynamic that I've been sort of acutely interested in as we've settled into the night tonight, and that is what's happening in states that have hotly contested Senate races.
Justin Bieber looking a little depressed tonight.
One of the Republican senators who Democrats are most enthusiastic about their chances about picking off. That's Martha McSally, appointed Republican senator.
They love
against
using that word.
Democrat Mark Kelly, who's been running very strong against her both in the polls and in the
How the hell's China Mark up a fucking that much?
sort of divergence between McSally's expected fate and Trump's expected fate.
Well, yeah, McSally couldn't win the last election against Kristen Sinema.
Has there been sort of an upstream effect from that Senate race where Democrats think they're going to do so
Chinese
well in
yen
terms of
fucking
a
nosedive.
little bit of a tougher road for Trump
Look
in
at that.
Arizona?
Fucking nosedived.
Yeah, Martha McSally, you're right, had a twofold problem. Not only did she not have the strong support that Donald Trump had among the base here in Arizona, but also was struggling among those independent voters. You know, back in 2018, Martha McSally took her first crack at the U.S. Senate seat and lost to Democrat Kyrsten Sinema by 2.5 percentage points.
Told you.
It is suddenly the Democratic Party of Arizona that had, back in 2018, essentially taken the mantle of independence from the
Let's check out Fox. See how bad it is.
Trump will lose when he doesn't know the actual outcome of that race yet, and so it begs the question about what the actual reason is behind them not finishing out the electoral votes tonight in terms of getting the absentee ballots counted and ready to go for the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Great point. Let's go to Bill Hemmer, who is at the Billboard. Of course.
Future's exploding.
Bill.
It was looking good for us, man.
You got up there. After you look at that, I'd love to look at Arizona and get your thoughts on that. Where are we starting?
Guys, I'm going to give you a spin around here, okay? Because there is a lot of action in these battleground states right now. What the Trump campaign is saying that their election day vote is now coming home.
Of course it is.
Suggesting in northeastern PA that blue-collar workers are going for President Trump. Well, let's see if that's the case. 28% of the vote in right now, a small lead for President Trump over Joe Biden. We've been saying it for a while now. Pennsylvania is not going to be able to be called tonight. Is that the case? We believe that to be the case. But look on up here. This is Lackawanna County. Still some votes to be had out there. This is
getting demolished.
PA. This is where Joe Biden lived until the age of 9, until he moved to Delaware.
Yeah, that's Scranton.
In 2016, for comparison's sake, you have well over 100,000 votes in Lackawanna. So we got a little bit of ways to go here, just about half the vote in that county. So we'll see whether or not the Trump team thinks that blue-collar vote.
Oh, it is, man. When you tell somebody you're going to kill their industry.
A couple more things I want to show you guys. This is North Carolina now. This is 0.6% in favor of Donald Trump. We saw it flip just about 10 minutes ago.
I told you guys. I've been saying this, man. I know my shit.
County here, that's Perkins. Just a moment
in
ago,
person voting, we are going to demolish them.
About a 25
Listen, PA is a beautiful state, man. Beautiful state. A lot of shit to do here. Got a little bit of everything in this state. You want big city environment? You come to Philly. You want some outdoor adventure? You got the entire state to go to. We got mountain ranges. You got primo hunting spots. We got it all, man. It's a great state to live in.
Ohio, we'll see where that stands right now.
I told you, man. Don't you fucking doubt me. Can't doubt me.
About 5-6
I know my shit.
Now, remember, 4 years ago, it was about 7.5. So he's starting to hit his margins with 20% of the vote still outstanding. We talked about the map expanding. Well, let's show you how that's happening here. This is Michigan. Been watching this now. You got
that's
a third
beautiful.
of the vote in right at the moment. A big part of the vote down here in Wayne County, Detroit, is not in yet, so we're going to watch that. Further west in Wisconsin, map grows larger, right? 38% in, the president's slight lead. I would caution you on this only because this is Milwaukee down here, is Green Bay up here. This is Milwaukee County. You've got a lot of votes that have not yet been tallied. Milwaukee tends to run later into the night, so we'll see how this measures up. This is
most of Philadelphia sucks,
Madison is,
but Center City's nice little life. Living.
He had a ton of votes for Hillary
Best thing
Clinton
about Philly is the food. We got a wide range of food for all palates. Best sandwiches, best everything, man. Food wise, everything else sucks. Yeah, dude, most of the state is beautiful. Like the middle state between Pittsburgh and PA, the borders on the east and west coast.
The Trump team told me
fucking beautiful.
Tonight that they had about half a dozen counties in Wisconsin that ran out of ballots.
Holy
they had to
shit.
go out and get more. Some of them are right here in the center part of the state, Juneau County. There's not a ton of votes to be had anyway. Nonetheless, though, Wood County, just north of it, they ran out of ballots apparently, had to gather more. Perhaps they file provisional ballots until they can fill the void for that. The reason I bring that up, you got a 6,000 vote margin at the moment in Wood County alone in Wisconsin. Why does that matter? Just pop out here a moment to 2016. I mean, this is razor tight, right? Talking 23,000, 22,000 votes in Wisconsin. All
Cincinnati
votes
also
now matter in 2020.
Is that where Skyline Chili's at?
Trump, he's been going there.
Cincinnati.
He's been campaigning. He's been working hard for Wisconsin. The campaign thinks they've got a shot.
See a liberal meltdown.
This is one that people are keeping an eye on, especially as states like Florida slip out of reach. Most Democrats view that as...
She ain't looking too happy yet.
I know
Stuttering?
I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but the focus of the Biden team, the electoral map, the resources, the travel, the campaigning, the deployment of surrogates really was in those three Midwestern states. So we should keep an eye on Arizona. I think Arizona is still very much in play. Those early
Keep an eye is code for we're fucked.
Very competitive looking for Joe Biden. But in terms of...
See CNN if they're still saying long night.
But look, Fulton County, still, again, a third of the vote. This is it.
They still holding on to one fucking one little county?
Here you have Cobb here.
Come on, man.
Here,
You fucktard.
It's very slow. 1% here. So we have the.
Oh,
this
shit.
is the bulk
Nice.
Of the state.
Georgia
is here.
potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot of
Yes.
the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right, very low percentage.
This
here,
dumb son of a
all
bitch
around
actually
that
say what I
area.
think he just
And
said.
again, these are small. These are the smaller ones here, but still eighth of the county. So you're looking.
Come on, man.
72% here. You move closer into Atlanta, 68% here, but then you come over here just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big here, and Joe Biden, many believe, will do even better. A, higher turnout, B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. And maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of
shut
voters
up.
in the Democratic
Maps
area
can be
here. I just wanna
deceptive.
check down some other Democratic
Dude,
areas.
Riverfront
Not
in
halfway
San Antonio
there.
was nice too.
Not quite though. So there's more.
The Riverwalk in
votes
San
than
Antonio,
there.
Texas.
Come over to the coast
Fucking
here.
great.
About 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta, you can make up some pretty big.
Is this guy really suggesting?
And we'll see when they come in.
Trump's going to be
Curious about
fucking getting
Michigan,
smoked out
specifically,
in
what
Georgia?
percentage of the vote in Detroit has come in?
So we have 30% statewide, and you come down here, and we have less than a third, 28% there. We've been through Wayne County on many an election night too. Sometimes it goes really late. Sometimes
These guys are
things get a
fucking
little,
pathetic, man.
Frustrating, waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. But 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again. Now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here, about halfway in the count here. This used to be reliably Republican territory.
What else we
but
got
it's
here?
become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question for you, right? Hillary Clinton, 51 to 44 when you round up the president there. 52 to 44 if you round up Secretary Clinton as well. Right now, Donald Trump doing a little better. So let's see what happens.
A little
there.
better.
See if Michigan, again, we're early, very early in the count here, but that's what you're watching, right? Democrats, to win Michigan, Joe Biden has to, let me move it up a little bit. Joe Biden has to run it up in Detroit and then do well in the suburbs. And again, Macomb County, we're at 35%, so don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is one of the flips, right? This is one of the flips. Barack Obama carried Macomb County twice. All right, well, we call them pivot counties. You vote twice for Barack Obama, then you vote for Donald Trump.
I heard
Democrats
they
scratching
literally
their
put
heads.
that chili on everything.
And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work.
A friend of mine went to college in Dayton and had Skyline chili all the time.
Blue collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. So we'll see. We got a long way to go there, so you don't want to jump to any conclusions.
You're
but
fucking
it's also
crazy.
important if you just pull Michigan up again and you go back to 2016, you don't see a ton of blue here, but you come back to 2012. This is the difference, right?
Same-
Joe Biden can.
Same
the guy who
fucking
was number 2 to
2012,
Barack
bro.
Obama on the ticket, win back some of these areas that Barack Obama won when he
Not
carried these
happening.
states, many of them quite convincingly. You see there, this is Mitt Romney's birth state. I know he moved to Massachusetts, now he's in Utah, but this is where he was born.
Why are
And-
they
and
focused on
Barack
elections
Obama
from
beat him by
8 years
10
ago?
points.
And
So the question is,
come
can
on.
Joe Biden get those counties back? We're very
The
early
answer's
in
no.
the count in Michigan right now, a long way to go. And so again, if you're looking at the map from home, you say, if you're a Republican, you say, wow. If you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh. But we're not done. We got a long way to go.
See, he keeps saying long way to go. That's code for we're shitting a brick. Look at his face.
Thanks,
Just look at the.
Wolf. So we need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden,
See,
it's early.
they're using keywords there to let you know that they know we're in deep shit.
This is 2016 or 2018. You might remember in 2018.
They're not looking too happy, man.
Democrats are uncertain early on. But then, you know,
I told you right about this time would be it.
Midnight struck.
Not looking
but a
too
couple
good.
Days, you saw that actually it had been a really great night for Democrats. On the other hand, it could be 2016.
Told you, man.
With things breaking
Right.
for President Trump. We don't know. Everyone needs to just take a deep breath out.
Which is hard. I mean, look,
Yeah.
this is a nation that is on
It's
edge, so
starting.
it's understandable. But as you said,
It's
as we
starting,
have
man.
been telegraphing as we've approached tonight, it could take a while, and it is bearing out. And what I'm hearing from
It's starting.
Democrats in particular, over and over, text after
Oh, look at
text,
that lead with
let's
Trump,
just
man.
Wait and see what happens up north. Let's just wait and see what happens. Meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north.
The meltdown starting. They're getting a little nervous.
Obviously, Arizona is still an unanswered question about what's going on.
They're getting
there, but
nervous.
This is what happens when you have a lot of battlegrounds. And in this cycle, we had a lot of states that were on the grid in terms of competitive races where you're going to have tight competitions between President Trump and Joe Biden. And we have to wait for all the votes to come in to really know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure part. We're in the part of the choose choose-your own adventure where we really need the patience. We really need people.
Dude, they're not feeling too comfortable right now. Again, this is
easy,
2016 over again.
quick night for people. These votes are coming in little by little, and it's tight in a lot of these.
Very good. And when the polls would say before the election that Joe Biden was up 1 or 2 points in a state, but that was within the margin of error, that meant it was a toss-up, which is what we said.
We're seeing the margin of error
at the
play
time,
out.
and we
Right.
still don't know about
The
Florida.
snowflakes started to. I know, man. They get nervous.
North Carolina. And as we have also been saying, even if you were to give those states, all of them, to President Trump, and we're not, we're still waiting for a lot of outstanding vote, it really does come up to the 3 states up north, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and also Arizona. Those are the states that the Biden campaign has focused most on, and we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and one of the things that you heard a lot from the Trump folks leading up to today is that they knew their job was just to get their people out, and just to get them to the polls and ignore all of the public polling that we've all been talking about.
Polls are always lying.
And I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states, the places that he had to hold on to, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. He had to keep those
did
states,
she
and
just
he's
say
competitive there?
competitive in Georgia?
The reason for that is because his people showed up today.
That's exactly right. He needed this was a turnout election. Meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out and vote. And the Trump campaign has in cooperation with the RNC, which has been working on its.
We got the world's greatest ground game. Shut the fuck up.
Since 2004, they have a really stellar operation. And
yeah, that's why we
they
win.
actually built it in recent years, modeled after Barack Obama's operation because his was so good. That campaign's was so good when it came to data. And
She keeps looking down, man. That's
the Democrats
very sad.
will admit, and we were talking about this before, that they're
I love it.
slower on that, but they were relying on
I
some
love
of
it.
that, but a lot of enthusiasm.
And I would add that for Democrats, the task was even more difficult because they chose, for a lot of, they would say, really good reasons, not to be on the ground knocking on doors in the way that you
Because they thought they had it in the bag. Shut the fuck up.
because of the pandemic. So
They're going to blame low turnout for the Democrats on the pandemic. That's just a bullshit excuse, man. Come on.
Put them
Pussies.
a little bit at a disadvantage, but we may see some of that play out in the places where the president was able to get his people out. Maybe he didn't change any minds, but as long as he got his people out, their argument, their state of the case, their theory of the case.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot speak tonight. Is that as long as they do that, they can be competitive, and that's the big question. He had to defend his term.
So, and first of all, you have to give credit to President Trump, even when it looked a few weeks ago like this thing was gone and out of his reach. He did work his tail off and get out there and get out to those counties and rally his supporters. And obviously, that has paid off at the very least in making this race so competitive. And again, we don't know where it's going to end up. We have no idea. We still have yet to hear from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and we're starting to hear from Arizona.
What the fuck? Are they kidding me?
I just know
I didn't even notice that.
People out there.
That's so
who
fucking
maybe
stupid.
Paid attention only to the most Trump-hating pundits out there.
Yeah,
who
you.
were saying for weeks, if not months, that this was going to be a landslide.
Yeah, you're talking about you. Look at that. Look at the sad. Look at that. They are so fucking depressed right now.
You need to be able to listen to
That nervous laugh. The black chick, man. She's just really just. She's hit hard. So sorry this is happening to you guys. I really am. I'm so sorry.
He's an incumbent president who has inherited.
But not just that, he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across.
But again,
it's starting.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona.
Jake Tapper.
All right, Jake, thank you. Love the commentary. Let's go to the race right now. Take a look at this. Arizona right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. And Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now. Leading
Not really.
208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona.
Yeah, 2016 Arizona came for Trump in the end.
27,000 vote lead over Trump,
New Hampshire.
53.8% to
Hello, darkness, my.
in Minnesota, more than a third of the vote.
I'd play this song, but we're on YouTube. Fuck that.
285,000 vote lead over Trump's 61.4% to 36.6%.
That's basically Minneapolis.
19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is 85,000, 61% to 36.9%.
They're not winning that.
More states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by some 210,000 votes, 54.
We're gonna do it, man. This is over around midnight.
In Pennsylvania,
Midnight, 1 a.m.
a third of the vote is in.
That's what I'm calling
Trump is
it.
ahead by 179,000 votes, 53.4% to 45.2%. In Wisconsin, a third of the vote is in. It's very, very close. Trump is ahead by some 20,000
Just
votes.
give me that re-election, man.
48.3%. In Georgia right now, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has
Hold on, I'm going to show you something.
Georgia of 348,000 votes. Right now, 55.4%. We have a projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win in New Mexico right now. Take a look at that. Joe Biden wins in New Mexico.
See, this pops up.
There he is, the winner in New Mexico.
Who cares? New Mexico.
5 electoral votes in New Mexico. So let's see where the
I doesn't want to show up.
college
Fuck.
map stands right now. Right now, with that win in New Mexico, Biden has 94 electoral votes. Trump has 72 electoral votes.
I don't know why it doesn't want to show up, but it's the Trump no more bullshit flag.
270 needed to win, 94 to 72 right now.
I'm feeling good, man.
270 being the magic number. You're elected president if you get
I'm feeling real good.
votes. What are you seeing?
Well, you're seeing a map right now that is going to make Democrats nervous, and so which is why we need to emphasize the point that when you see red Pennsylvania, red Michigan, and red Wisconsin, we are very, 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 very early in the count there. However, if you look at this map right now, the name of the game, if you're Joe Biden, is takeaway, because Donald Trump's the incumbent president.
You ain't taking away shit, man. Shut up.
We're not done yet by any means, but you look at North Carolina, the president's stretching a lead out here.
Oh, my God.
49%.
Still worried about North Carolina.
2,423, about 49.8 to 49. Joe Biden had a lead early on. Donald Trump's election day surge puts him back in the lead. Can he hold it? We'll watch that as we play it out, but Republicans feel good about that. We're coming down to Florida now, and you look here, a 5.6 million for the president, 5.2. Higher turnout in Florida, a very competitive race. Again, we have to wait. We're going to count some things here, but Democrats are not happy, particularly with down here in Miami-Dade, 53%. You look, you see 53, 46, you think that's great, but that's way below where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So you're looking at this map here. The plus side for the Democrats is out here in Arizona, where Joe Biden right now, 75% of the vote, 54 if you round up to 45. That's a big shift from 4 years ago when the president won at 49, 45, a 4-point race. You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this into context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on into tomorrow. But as you look at this map, many Democrats say it does raise the scenario many of them are worried about. An hour or two from now, is the president going to come out and say, I win, if he's still leading in those states? We're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins their elections, and we have a lot of votes to count. But the question is, the name of the game, well, if I'm going to switch maps here, is this is where we are right now, 94 to 72. There are no surprises on this map so
No
far.
shit.
Everything we see filled in is the way we thought it would go coming into the night. There are also, though, if you think about out here, where we haven't counted votes yet because it's still early in the night, people are still voting. We don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state. The Trump campaign made a run. We'll see. But we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, we haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation in both of the campaign war rooms. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away to get him below 270 and to get me to 270? So Joe Biden wanted Florida. Not yet. We'll see. We'll keep counting. Doesn't look that way. Wanted North Carolina. Donald Trump has a lead right now. We'll see. We'll get to the finish line.
They still think that,
Georgia,
oh my God.
votes out. The Democrats had these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states that are, can we get a surge? We'll watch Georgia. We're still missing a lot of Democratic votes. Texas is filling in red. Again, we haven't called it. We have a ways to go, but it's filling in red right now. So far, you look like you're getting that, right? We're not done. We're not done in Arizona yet either. But as you project it out, so okay, now you got the president at 295. If you're not going to get Ohio, haven't called it yet, we're waiting. There's a possibility some votes out. North Carolina or Florida, where do you go? Well, then we come back. Number one, let's just assume for the sake of argument, Joe Biden gets the congressional district here. Hard to see if there is a Trump election day surge. The president went out here and did a rally, but the Democrats are pretty confident they're going to pick up the one in the 2nd district of Nebraska. So let's do that for the hypothetical. We'll watch as it plays out. Then you're at 293 to 245. So then we come down to where we ended 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? And so Joe Biden, 1, 2, gets you to the finish line. You don't absolutely need Pennsylvania. If you win Maine's 2nd Congressional District, if you win Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District, and
Did
you
he just
hold
say
Arizona,
what I think he just said?
You can do it without Florida, without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Ohio.
Not a
and
chance in
without
hell.
Pennsylvania. But you
Not
have
a
to win
chance in
these
hell.
two, right? If you can win this as well, then it's game over. We've always known if Joe Biden could rebuild the blue wall, forgive me, Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, can he make it happen when right now, if you look over here, again, we're early. This is where Democrats get nervous because they remember 2016. We cannot emphasize enough. We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count votes, and some of those counts could take until tomorrow. But we talked earlier about Joe Biden having the more menu options. Some of those menu options appear to be closing. We're not done yet, but that we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still red over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Shelley, and who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we gotta make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote.
Yeah, he's going to get blown out.
18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be counted. Wolf.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early vote.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to
Oh,
begin
my
with.
God.
Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Excuses.
Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it, and then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time, and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win, right? And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. We come down here. Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over
Everybody
here.
knows my
Montgomery
city's a
County,
fucking shithole.
16%.
Montgomery County's also
the
left.
suburban caller around
Let's go up the Bucks.
Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. You come over
Let's go
here.
up the Bucks.
County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more, 50 to 48.
Yeah, run his shit up.
It's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way it gets started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban caller around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you come over, you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here. 95%.
Yeah, because the vast majority of the state's conservative. That's exactly what happens.
68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9. One that a lot of people were looking at. There was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in, 63 to 36 if you round it up, 64 to 33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to go.
I told you, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh going to be blue.
Coming up right after this.
Let's check out other news outlets, shall we?
The Fox News decision desk can now project that President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in the state of Utah.
Fuck you, Mitt Romney.
Not really a surprise there, but it ticks up into the president's column as we go towards 270. We are watching a lot of states that are kind of on the bubble here, and we're also looking at our voter analysis surveys that
Why haven't they given Trump Florida to Trump yet?
Around the country.
So let's check in with Shannon
Explain
Breen,
that.
who is here with more analysis of all of that fascinating information that's deep in all these pages. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, Brett and Martha. So let's look at Florida, where it's very tight and it hasn't been called yet. If it does go for President Trump, here is going to be one of the keys why. Seniors are backing him. Now, this comes after concerns that he might be losing them because of the way that he handled the coronavirus pandemic. Also this, Cuban voters are going for Trump, but more broadly, Hispanics as a voting bloc, they're behind Biden. 8 in 10 voters there in Florida say it's important to them that the next president shake up the political system. Now, that includes close to half who say it's very important to them. Those are voters who broke for Trump by more than 10 points. On the other hand, most Florida voters want the next president to look out for people like them, and those voters say that they favor Biden over Trump. 7 in 10 in the Sunshine State, the voters there believe that Donald Trump stands up for what he believes.
These are polls that are irrelevant to
the
task at hand here.
Interestingly enough, though, the angry voters that made up such an important part of Trump's voters 4 years ago, well, they're now in Joe Biden's column by a wide margin. So a lot more numbers to come. That's one of the keys.
Mad Cow losing her shit yet?
Senate. Nobody has claimed a seat. Nobody has claimed a state from the other party compared to results from 2016.
No shit, it's not going to happen.
Three of them that we're watching closely. North Carolina, where it's too close. Arizona, where it's too early, but Biden has a lead. And Pennsylvania, where it's too early. We're going to be checking in on those after this. NBC has now
Keep it up.
projected that in the great state of
Give us more.
Missouri, President Donald Trump will once again be the winner in Missouri. Again, that is not a pickup for the Republicans. Missouri has been deep red and in the Republican column for some time now, but that Missouri call is now official in terms of NBC News' projection. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, again, we'll be looking at North Carolina right now, too close to call. Arizona, too early to call, but Biden characterized as being in the lead. Pennsylvania, too early to call, with not much in the way of clear expectations in terms of when we're going to know. Lots still to come tonight. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Retirement plan with Voya gives us
Guy's killing me with these fucking commercials.
knowing we're prepared for tomorrow. Wow. Do you think he overdid it, maybe? Overdid what?
Let's see what these guys doing. These losers.
Uphold white supremacy. They wanted to uphold the status quo because it makes them feel comfortable, because they've been told that if we have universal health care and education in this country accessible to everybody without them having to go into debt, that we are going to turn into Cuba and Venezuela. And it's still amazing how America demonizes all these countries and their political processes when they are responsible so much for destabilizing these countries and causing this chaos in their countries, and then we'll say, oh, we don't want to be them. But we never ever admit the part that
Is she
we
fucking
play
serious with that?
in what happens in those countries.
Yeah. So
they're not happy again.
Harris. I want to talk about other parts of the strategy that they have completely and utterly bundled.
I love it.
When
They're
we
not
come
happy
back.
at all.
But I got a very important update for you guys that I got to tell you about. So now these numbers, nothing is held tonight. So take it with a giant grain of salt. Take it with a boulder of salt. But Arizona is now reporting 75% in, and Biden has a 9-point lead. I mean, we've been here before. We saw this movie before. We saw it in Ohio. We saw it in Pennsylvania. We've seen it in Florida. But 75% reporting in a normal election would be gigantic. And a 9-point lead is gigantic.
Yeah.
Is it going to hold?
No,
one
it's
has
not.
any idea. And so let me give you one other thing before we go that is important in that context. The reason why I was so confident in the beginning of the night and for the last 2 weeks, as I've now said several times tonight, Trump has to sweep the swing states, basically.
He did.
So if Biden can just do the bare minimum of holding Minnesota, which shouldn't even be in play in any way, shape, or form, Michigan and Wisconsin, where he's supposed to have gigantic double-digit leads. Just hold those guys. You could actually lose Ohio and Pennsylvania if you win Arizona and you win the Nebraska second district.
Oh,
and the
man, they're game planning. They're losing it.
Again, they're supposed to win those. Biden still wins. He still wins losing Ohio and Pennsylvania in that scenario. It's almost an unlosable election. But the Democrats are this close to losing it.
I love it.
The join button's below. Everybody go to tyt.com/go.
Oh, he's begging for money.
The mainstream media isn't going to help us. We need to help ourselves. You give us power, we punch them in the face. Young Turks.
Oh, man. That's great. I love to see it.
So much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box. And it's ready
This
to
guy ain't looking too good, man. He's looking a little sad, a little rough. Gotta walk it slow.
The #1 choice of online sellers.
That's a whole lot of red right there, by the way, too.
/try and get 2 months free.
Oh, man, I love it. You love to see it, man. What do we got here?
This has a lot of the same feel we had back in 2016, where the night was sort of ticking on, drip, 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 and there were some very interesting developments that defied conventional wisdom, including what's happening in some of these battleground states. So let's get the read with Scott Bolden. He's the former D.C. Democratic Party chairman, rejoined by my friends and colleagues Charles Payne and Jerry Baker. We've got Lou Dobbs, Kennedy back with us. So, Scott, to you, are you worried? Are you worried about what you see going on right now, certainly in Florida, potentially in North Carolina, that this is much closer or more of a nail-biter than folks thought?
Well, I'm not worried as a Democrat and former party chair. You got to remember, what the surprise of the night so far is how well Donald Trump is running. I'm sorry, how well Biden is running in these red states. Remember, Donald Trump has pulled ahead. These were all red states. He won these in 2016, so I'm not concerned about that. I do think what's surprising is how close North Carolina is.
Yeah.
Ohio's not as close, but we got a lot of states to come in. And while it may feel like 2016, the reality is Donald Trump still has to put some or pull some lightning in a bottle again. And that's Rust Belt
are they fucking serious?
Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's all that really matters to him, especially if he wins Ohio and Florida the way he did in 2016.
Kennedy, what do you make of all this?
A Republican has not won the presidency without Ohio in the last 31 contests.
Correct.
The only time Ohio has gotten it wrong was with President Nixon in 1960 and not President Dewey. And those were the two contests that went for Republicans who actually did not ascend to the White House. And it looks like the president is doing well there. We know that because it's 2020 and that in the postmodern Trump age, we can flip a lot of these axioms on their heads. But so far, at least that one seems to be sticking.
You know, Scott, you touched on it, but and I don't want to, prematurely put a stamp on this, but do you think that it costs Joe Biden not campaigning as aggressively as the president had over the last 3 days? I think the president made 15 or 16
I don't know about you
stops in
guys, but I am
72
feeling
hours.
real good tonight.
It was a non-stop.
Let's see this guy lose his shit again. It was fun.
Vote. We're basically going to be sitting here looking at 3/4 of the vote in Arizona. Then the numbers are going to change. We'll be watching here in the next few hours to see the numbers change in Maricopa County as they count up the same day vote in Maricopa County. How much
Yeah, this is all mail-in shit right now.
Trump make up? He's certainly running from behind based on that initial batch.
It's the exact same scenario in 2016.
As those votes are counted so far,
They had all the mail-in come in, and then once they actually got the people showed up.
Becoming potentially significant on this map, and I want to flag this for you. It's not a state It's part of a state. It is the 2nd congressional district of Nebraska.
That doesn't mean
and this
shit.
Is Omaha, the Omaha area. And here's the vote right now in the 2nd district. The reason I'm showing you this is because Nebraska and Maine give out their electoral votes by congressional district. So the winner of this congressional district that I'm showing you right now, think of it as the smallest state in the union. For
Oh my
tonight,
God.
at least, because it's
Is that what they're holding on to?
one
Come on, man.
electoral vote. Whoever wins this, Trump got this electoral vote in 2016. You see with the vote that's in right now, he's clinging to a 600-vote lead. We're just going and we're looking. So far, what's counted in here is the same-day vote up until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, so there's more same-day vote, the vote that was basically cast this afternoon and evening, and there's still early vote that's also being added here. Keep a very close eye on this because the electoral college implications are this. Let me paint what right now, if you're at a Biden campaign, you're saying, boy, this is the worst-case scenario for us. That would involve, hey, you lose Florida, you lose Georgia, you lose Texas, you lose North Carolina, you lose Ohio, and then you lose Pennsylvania. This is your worst-case scenario. If
it's
going
to happen.
Went wrong for Biden, the path they could still take that would get them to 270 would involve Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, which we just talked about. Those 3 would get him to 269. And the 2nd congressional district of Nebraska, if they could get it, would be 270. So to keep that in mind, because these electoral
That's some dumb shit, man.
Been playing around with so many of them the last few months, and as Donald Trump early on has some success in these big states we flagged at the beginning of the night, this is one folks have talked about. Is there a scenario there? 269, 269
Come on.
comes into focus. We've always talked about what would happen then, or is Biden able to actually get that district, and that presents a path for.
See what we got here.
To call that Georgia is, because of irregularity.
Poor Chris Wallace ain't doing too good. Poor little baby.
On Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona. Basically.
Let's see what these losers are doing.
Sometimes we call Anna Casper the friendly ghost or host. Writes in, I have a question. If Trump wins a 2nd term, all right, I immediately want to stop, but I'm going to keep going. Do we put some blame on Obama for the calls he made to Pete and Kamala to unite behind Biden to get enough delegates, and in essence defeating Bernie in the convention? Well, it turns out to be a super easy question. Of course. Obama would be massively responsible
Obama
for this
cost the Democrats
mistake.
1,000 seats over his 8 years.
And no one in the media will ever let you say that. If you say that in media, you'll be banned. The rest of the media will ban you.
I am
if you
feeling
say
real
one
good tonight,
unkind word
ladies and
about
gentlemen.
Barack Obama.
Real
And in
good.
fact, they'll accuse you of being a racist. He's their corporate shield. And so, here's another thing I blame Obama for. He's the best speaker we have on the Democratic side by a lot. And that includes Bernie Sanders, et cetera. It might not include Nina Turner, might not include Killer Mike, it might not include AOC or Jamal Bowman, but it might. He might be the #1 speaker we have. What do you do, 3 rallies, 4? Remember they yelled at Bernie Sanders because he only did 39 rallies for Hillary Clinton. Now I understand coronavirus and all that, but you don't have to sit in your basement or your yacht all election and wait till a week before the election to do anything. So would Obama be partly responsible? He'd be a giant part of the responsibility.
Y'all should follow my Twitter if you haven't already.
Now that the landslide's off the table, the Democrats definitely screwed up. Definitely. Having an election this close is insane.
It's 2016 all over again.
All right.
This is what I'm here for.
Again, all right, you get it. We're all in this together. See that ticker down there? That's where we celebrate you guys. The Twitch members, the YouTube members. We try to put your names
they're
in
just
as much
begging
as
for
possible
money.
when you sign up. You hit the join button on YouTube. Right underneath the video, you go to tyt.com/join. You go to tyt.com/go because
It's pathetic.
It's us versus
Begging for
all
money.
the rest of the media. They're never going to allow anyone on TV to say Barack Obama's responsible. He's a saint. He's a saint. You're not allowed to say it, okay? Joe Biden's a saint. You're not allowed to criticize him. They thought
that's
Hillary
great.
Clinton was a saint. And you're
This
not
is
allowed
what
to
I'm here
criticize
for.
them. Wrong. We will criticize that.
You don't have Twitter?
And sometimes
What?
At the top of our lungs. Because our job is
I
not
shit
to
post all the
represent
time on
them
Twitter.
or their
Twitter's my
goddamn
jam.
corporate donors. Our job is to
This is
represent you.
this is what I'm here
All right,
for.
Ida,
I'm here for them
speaking of
losing their
hiding in a
shit.
basement,
And their job is to represent us. They work for us. They work for us, and we cannot blindly support anyone because you don't. That is the greatest insult. If you cannot hold a politician accountable, then you do not truly believe in this person.
Oh, they're fucking bitter.
That is not being an active member of the citizenship that is the United States. That's the difference between this country and the other country. You're supposed to
I'm
be
feeling
able to say,
good.
no, man, you lied about this. You said you were going to do that. You didn't do this.
I told you it's going to be a good night.
That's what a democracy is. And somewhere along the line, we've become these clusters of these people who idolize these human beings.
Oh, man, they've lost it. They know they're losing it.
And these are the people who are managing the funds of our community.
As long as you follow me on here, we're good.
The money that is supposed to be making our lives better. And it's just
This is the stuff I was waiting for. I was waiting for a total media meltdown, and I knew I would get it here.
Why is nobody talking about Kamala? We talked
Because
about
she
earlier.
dumped out before the vote was cast.
The world is far more sexist than it is racist, and that means
Did she really just pull the sexist card?
Women are hated.
That's such
are
bullshit.
Super hated.
Oh, that's such
Talking
bullshit.
about Kamala. Kamala is supposed to be helping Joe Biden. She's supposed to be the plus, right?
Hey,
Because
Gizmo.
black women are the most educated,
Kamala's not black.
group in this country.
Yeah, that's right. I said it.
She's supposed to be the dream in this. And
Does this lady know that Kamala got out of the primaries before a single vote was cast in December?
Tell me,
Because she wouldn't have gotten a single vote? Come on, man.
Kamala in the 7 o'clock hour this evening.
Yeah, well, that's probably true, except for if you include the Trump administration. So I've seen this movie 1,000 times. The Republicans attack and the Democrats cower. So what did Trump do? He said, "Oh, Kamala Harris is a communist. And a monster." Those are direct quotes.
Yeah.
And
where's the lie?
What did Biden do in response? He hid Kamala in a basement. Oh, for God's sake, man. Are you ever going to stand up for yourself? Now, here's another fact that makes my point. Right now, the lead is up to 8 in Ohio. I'm sorry, 7 in Ohio. And according to exit polling, Trump won union voters in Ohio.
No shit.
56 to 42. 56 to 42, he won union voters in Ohio. If you're the Democratic Party and you can't win union voters in Ohio, you suck at your job. I mean, not by a little, but by a lot. You get an F- for how you do politics. But no, don't say, hey, on TV, no. Democrats are geniuses. My ass, they are. Anna.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, when you really look at, in retrospect, the way Biden campaigned, I mean,
he hid in the basement.
Avoiding appealing to Latino voters. They didn't think it was. Who are these Democratic strategists and why do they have jobs? Like, Democratic strategists give the
This is the shit I'm here for.
So, no, we're going to completely ignore the Latino vote. We don't think it's going to be an important
This
part
is
of
what
our
I was
campaign
waiting
strategy.
for.
Okay, fine. I mean, it's not
They
working
know
out so
it.
well for you tonight. But look, aside from, Ida and I were talking about this during the break, so I want to make this point now before my part of the show is over. Look, there's one issue that unites everyone in this country, or the vast majority of people in this country, and it is the bread and butter issues. Higher wages,
It's the economy, stupid.
Just bread and butter. People want to be able to pay their bills comfortably. They want to have good jobs. They want to be able to provide for their families. Going after Trump on moral things, right? And
that's great. This is the content I'm here for.
Is it going to fire people up and get them to the polls, right? Now, yes, more people voted this time compared to 2016, but it's still, Biden wasn't an exciting candidate. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. But everyone was sold on this idea that Biden was the most electable. Most electable based on what? Like, where was the data? Where was the polling? Where was the indication that Biden was more electable than a giant list of other Democrats who ran against him during the primary? I just feel like the corporate media, along with corporate Democrats, just kept repeating that message
the shit I'm here for.
until people believed it. And I do understand that there was a degree of nostalgia associated with Biden because of the Obama era, but I don't know. It's just, it's not looking good.
This is what I'm here for.
Just like take a second to think about how disastrous Trump has been for people's financial situation.
You talk about best
for their
economy in
health
history.
during this pandemic. People are getting evicted from their homes.
Nobody's
it's
gotten evicted.
Unbelievable. This
That's a
should
lie.
have been a blowout, and it isn't.
So, Ida, I want to keep raging about how
I love
stupid
this.
and irrational the corporate media is, where they say, no, you should not have a fighter on your side. Only the Republicans should have fighters. But Democratic fighters are bad guys, and they're uncivil. And they should all shut up and bow their heads to Republicans. Corporate media screwed us. They screwed us so hard. All right, but back to something you mentioned earlier that's so important. You said something along the lines of sexism is worse than racism in terms of its effect in these elections. And as I see, look, I don't know if that union vote is indicative in Ohio or not.
It is.
I saw it in almost
it
every
is.
demographic: white, Latino, black, etc. Trump appealed to the macho in them, and since the Democrats are so weak, it's us appealing to the macho in men seems inconceivable. And there's a way to do that, not in a bad way, but in a way where we say, hey, you know what? You gotta have pride. You gotta have pride in your job. And we're gonna bring you pride.
This
by
is what
giving
I
you
live
higher
for, man.
wages so you can provide for your family.
These people never get it.
How big a deal was that issue here in terms of whether it's sexism, the macho appeal, etc.?
Sexism. Shut the fuck up with sexism.
Huge. When you talk about our Latino, Latinx community, we already
What the
know
fuck is
that
Latinx?
there's a big there's a big machismo problem within our communities. But you hear, like, I actually have dedicated time that I'll never get back in life to reading tweets and going and investigating what my people are saying. And you see it. Oh, he's unafraid. He's unapologetic. Nobody's going to come in this country and turn it into Cuba. He's going to fight. You know, he's not embarrassed to say what's on his mind. That whole thinking, that's toxic masculinity. And I know people don't want to hear that because they shake when they say that. They're, oh, here we go with the words. But it's toxic masculinity.
Their feed cut out. Should have paid your bills.
Okay, Ida's freezing up there. Sorry, Ida. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, this is fucking great.
They tried to discredit her. Listen to what they said about Kamala, that she's not even a real black person, right? They will do anything. They did it with Barack Obama. First they fall apart when they see your blackness, and then they try to dismantle it so that they can alienate you from your own people.
What?
And when we talk about Latinos, Latinx, Afro-Latinos, Black Latinos, Indigenous Latinos, and we don't address race, and we don't address the sexism that rests within our communities that we're not honest about. I mean, this is what people, you talk about these ignorant, white people that
racist,
are poor and struggling. Oh, I'm like Donald Trump. You see them jumping out of their cars saying, I'll punch you in your face. I got my gun. Everything is about this toxic behavior, and it comes from Donald Trump looking you in your face and saying the most outrageous, egregious things that a human being can say about another human being. And because they think it, they identify with it, they celebrate it. And a lot of that stuff, I mean, he said grab him by the you-know-what, and he's the president of the United States.
He's still on that shit?
Can you imagine if Ronald Reagan would have said that? Can you imagine the moral high horse? That moral
Oh my God, they're
horse
pathetic.
is gone. Look at the people who are supporting Donald Trump. Look at the people that stormed Michigan's legal buildings. That moral high horse is gone. They will double down in the name of power. It is the ugly monster has been here, and now we're seeing the monster's face. And it is racist. It is homophobic, it is transphobic, Islamophobic, and above all things, it is sexist.
Oh God, this is great.
And guys, this is, look, we gotta go. I gotta tell you a couple more races, but what Ida is saying is so important. And if you want constructive critique of the Democratic Party and how they ran this election, and within the context of this issue of sexism, because I understand that it's tough to challenge, right? So you say, well, all right, you're losing guys who care about machismo, but you also want to point out that it's toxic masculinity. So how do you square that, right? I think that in the long run, it's a relatively easy thing to do. How do you do it? When Kamala Harris is in a debate with Mike Pence, you let her debate him. It was, when we covered it live for you guys, for those of you who watched, you'll remember. I said, why does she have that fake smile? Oh, the corporate media is aghast. You're not allowed to talk about her smile, etc. No, you're missing my point. We know Kamala Harris can be tough. So why don't you let her hit him?
Oh, man.
Pence kept
This
hitting
is pathetic.
and hitting
It's
and
sad.
hitting. She might have won that debate on that night, according to the polling. But they keep winning the battles and losing the war. Why do they keep losing the war? Because they never make their own case. If the country had seen a strong black woman basically rip Pence to shreds.
They know that fucking Kamala locked up more black men than anybody, right?
So one, if he wins, it would be a big new presence in Washington, Senator John James, if he wins. In addition to which, it would make the
Why haven't they called Florida yet?
Taking over control of the Senate that much harder. We've had an even split.
See how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246.
Are they still doing this?
That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map, and where do I get it, right?
Why haven't they called Texas, Florida, Georgia?
And we still don't have, I didn't get Rhode Island on this map, so let me come in here. There we go. So you get Rhode Island. That would get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get closer.
You notice they don't call any of the states we already won.
Going out to the west.
Funny how that works.
That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Let me do that and cross over again when we come back in here. And let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time. And again, this one has held up pretty consistently, but we've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes in spurts. Sometimes you have long pauses. We're at 75% right now. That's 8 points, 9 points if you round up right there. That's a pretty healthy lead. Most of it's coming from here in terms of the vote count. You see, just in Maricopa County, Joe Biden approaching 800,000 votes, 10-point, almost a 10, just shy of a 10-point race in Maricopa County. That's 60% of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County, that's another 15% of it. And again, that's not even close. And so every indication here is, we still have votes to count, but every indication here is that Arizona is going to flip to blue. And that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. So then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again just to see. We're up to 58%. It is getting closer, but still, we're waiting. And here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28% for a long time. I'll check in with
well, that's where all the deep state lives.
A little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe Biden holding that there. You come over Fairfax County, we're waiting. Northern Virginia, Arlington. So it's Fairfax. Fairfax is the biggest basket of Democratic votes we're missing. I just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here, 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're in the Biden campaign, you're getting a little bit nervous about that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay. But at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. And again, we're just waiting on these three, and this is the patience.
It'll take some time, and all three of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now, the 2nd congressional district. There, 57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by. Let me pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, We might not get Florida. We might not get Georgia. We might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. It doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so, again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here, so let me just take these away.
Oh, man. They're still
if
doing
you
this
can
shit.
hold this,
They're stupid-ass scenarios. They're going to lose.
And tonight, Donald Trump went 10 points lower than that. I mean, so the Latino vote has gone for Donald Trump in an astounding way, to my mind. But it's just concentrated in Miami-Dade among those Cuban-American voters. If you look just down the line in Florida, you would see Latino men 59-39 Biden, women 64-34. And you might think, oh, well, gee, they went for Biden. But in fact, as I'm trying to explain, those numbers are 10% lower than what Hillary Clinton achieved. So they actually, Donald Trump did better here in this race than he did in 2016 in those races. The other point that strikes me at this juncture in the evening, Martha, is if you're thinking about Pennsylvania and Michigan as outstanding at this point, that the votes are not being counted, we're really getting into the issue of whether or not how the courts are going to deal with this, which votes are going to be counted, which votes are not going to be counted. Previous court decisions that left Pennsylvania, for example, able to count votes 3 days after the election day.
Can I pick up on that? Because Jackie Heinrich, our very able reporter covering Joe Biden, says that the Biden campaign is now saying this could well come down to counting the votes in those upper Midwest states, Pennsylvania, I kind of am taking it from the east and Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin. And Bob Bauer, who's the general counsel to the Biden campaign, is already beginning to talk about lawsuits and the fact that the Trump campaign has tried to block some of the voting post-election in Pennsylvania. They've lost so far, but the president talked about that a lot on the campaign trail, what he said was a terrible decision by the Supreme Court to allow counting of the ballots after Election Day in Pennsylvania. That'll end up back in the courts. And, and you now have a different court because Amy Coney Barrett is going to be on there. She wasn't making those decisions in the first place, so because she wasn't on the court yet. So as much as we don't want it to happen, a lot of this may be litigated in the courts.
I think, listen, you've got Pennsylvania, you've got North Carolina, you've got Ohio. Ohio's starting to look a little bit better for President Trump. North Carolina seems like it's looking a little bit better for Joe Biden. But again, it's early. Pennsylvania is not going to be decided tonight. But on Florida, both campaigns spent a lot of capital in Florida, not just ads, but actual time.
Absolutely.
Going there.
Absolutely. The Biden was there. What was it, Thursday? I think Thursday this week. Obama went down on Monday. And, looking at this number, Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago by 1.2 points. Trump tripled his margin over Biden as to what he had beaten.
Chris, if you were trying to pick out a state where people would be most concerned about coronavirus, Florida, with a heavy senior population, would seem to be that state. And obviously that's an issue that we all believe cut heavily in favor of Joe Biden, and yet Trump carries the state and does better than he did 4 years ago.
I'm now going to get myself in trouble with the Fox voter analysis, because we've been looking at this all night, and the Fox News voter analysis tends to show, the women, big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden was headed for victory. The actual votes haven't counted it, which makes me think that a poll is one thing, an actual turnout on Election Day is a different one, and that, as we've pointed out before, that the ground game of the get out the vote operation of the Trump campaign has really come to the president's advantage.
It also raises the question, Chris, don't you think, that some of these people may have been among those who were shy Trump voters, including women, who didn't want to tell anybody they were going to vote.
No shit.
Because, among women, he was thought to be unpopular, and he was thought to have offended more women than he ever did men, and men liking him better. So
which, Dana, may be more of an issue this time than even in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think for everybody, right? I mean, a lot of people just didn't want to say anything at all. Though I think that, President Trump solidified his support. And I also think, look, Laura Trump and the folks on the campaign, Kimberly Guilfoyle, you think Mercedes Schlapp, they had that whole Women for Trump. and they made a concentrated effort. They
No,
knew they were
not
going to
yet.
win all women. They knew they were going to lose a significant amount. But we'll,
Probably
you know,
Brooke
interesting
getting
to
Trump
pick through
flag.
all the bones and see how that really turned out. But I keep going back to this thing. I think parents, moms, worried about children and not being able to go back to school, seeing them lose an entire year of interaction with their friends, not being able to do their sports, possibly losing ground on a competitive level when we're in a very competitive world, and they're worried about that. I think maybe that might have something to do with it.
And it's possible that those things, and we're only looking at one of these battleground states so far in Florida, but it's possible that, you know, when you look at that, the incumbency also plays a role.
Yes, it's hard to beat an incumbent.
It is very hard to beat an incumbent. The only time it's happened in, you know, recent history, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, enormous personalities, able to totally change the dynamic of the presidential race and get voters to say, I'm going to leave this person behind and switch gears and go with this person. So as difficult as President Trump is for some voters, it looks like, at least in Florida, that dynamic of people decided just to stick with the horse, or, you know, to stick with the one who brought him to the dance, or whatever.
You know, I just think
the
did the horse ride him. But I think we are in a different kind of presidential race. I mean,
What do you mean different kind?
That it's hard to beat
What?
incumbents, that you don't see it very often. But I think that President Trump is his own, you know, kind of a sui generis when it comes to presidential incumbents. He has so much going against him in terms of the virus.
Oh, shut up.
And it's, in my mind, so much in terms of his behavior. Chaotic,
Shut the
divisive,
fuck
and all
up.
the rest.
See what Mad Cow's doing.
11-point victory in this county in 2016 to 15, basically 15.4. That's progress, but they need a lot of progress here to take
Not
Iowa.
happening.
So again, you got some counties like Polk, that's a good example where you got a lot of the vote in, but in a lot of places in Iowa right now, you're seeing Biden lead in the statewide count because you're seeing a lot of that early vote that's coming in. And there is that question of the same day and how much it changed it. It has certainly changed some other states tonight.
Steve, before you go on and talk about Minnesota, can we talk about the Iowa Senate race as well? Again, this is another state where we've got a key Senate race.
Man.
In this case, it's a race that Democrats see potentially as a pickup alongside that hard-fought presidential race.
No, not happening.
In the Senate race in Iowa, of course, the incumbent Republican is Joni Ernst. The Democrat, Teresa Greenfield, has run a well-funded, very solid campaign.
They dumped $100 million in Kentucky and got their asses beat.
Well,
Come on,
take
man.
a look here. Let's see here. Joe Biden leading in the presidential race, 51-46, and let's flip it around and show you the Senate race. Look at that. Greenfield leading in our count right now, 50.7, 46.5. This is like an eye test. Yeah, I'm looking for the changes here so I can show you some of these. Let's take a look. I saw a good old Webster County change. You can see Greenfield up by 2 in the Senate race. This was a Trump county in 2016, obviously. And if you flip over to the presidential race, you see Donald Trump. It's not a huge shift there, but that's a shift of a few points. Iowa's a state, you know, it's a state that could go for Obama by 6 and could go for Trump by 9. Yeah, it's a state that had gone Democratic in a lot of elections before Donald Trump. Interesting, though, to be seeing right now, at least, a split between those two races.
Yeah, that's fascinating and very close. I mean, Iowa, you know, Gore won it by less than 1%, right? George W. Bush won it by less than 1% in 2004. Obama then won it by
Oh, my God.
28 and 2012. Then Trump won it by a lot. I mean, the idea that you'd end up with a hotly contested presidential race there is not far-fetched, but it'll be very interesting to see if that Senate race drags the presidential race one way or the other, and also to see whether Joni Ernst gets turfed out of her seat. Teresa Greenfield's a strong candidate, but that's a fascinating race. Okay, Steve, can we talk Minnesota, or am I asking too much?
Let's call it up here. Let me just get this screen loaded, and let's go north to Minnesota.
In terms of Minnesota, I mean, just for context, Clinton only won Minnesota in 2016. Again, it was a Clinton-held state. It was a blue state in 2016, but by like 1.5%. It was close, just like New Hampshire was.
Minnesota's the upper Midwest state that got away for Donald Trump in 2016. You know, he was able to flip Michigan, he was able to flip Wisconsin, able to flip Iowa, and then this was almost a flip. Yeah, Minnesota, the last time it went for a Republican presidential candidate was actually 1972. It's been going Democratic every election since since then, but Trump nearly pulled this off in 2016. And I'll just take you through here some of the early votes here. Look, you got early. This is Hennepin County. This is core Democratic, Twin Cities metro area here. Let's just see what is left. About 45,000 votes to go. And Biden here overperforming what Clinton got in 2016. Minnesota is a state. It really has become politically a tale of two states. In places like the Twin Cities area, in places like Hennepin County, it's just been dramatically moving toward the Democrats. Democrats flipped 2 congressional seats in this Twin Cities area in 2018. But Minnesota was also the only state in 2018 where Republicans were flipping Democratic House seats, because the rural areas, southern Minnesota, the Iron Range, sort of this rural kind of ring that goes around the outer edges of the state. Incredible strides for Republicans.
You gonna watch too with me?
Trump really drove
we're gonna win. We're gonna win big.
So Trump was running up the score in these parts of the state, while Clinton, and certainly tonight you're seeing Biden running up the score in the running up the score in the Twin Cities. There's just
watch the keyboard, bud.
Moving in opposite directions in Minnesota, and you can see there that's why Trump sees a chance in the state.
No shit.
Blue-collar white population, large blue-collar white population in those areas I'm talking about.
Now, Minnesota, I don't know much about the way that Minnesota is counting their vote this year.
What?
Because a bunch of roundups that I read about it and a bunch of people that I talked to about it said, oh, yeah, they're going to be fine, but we don't exactly know how it's going to come in. Is Minnesota one of those states where we do have any sort of indication that they'll get more likely Trump vote day of voters versus or less
they're panicking again
in terms of the initial vote count?
Yeah, and you're getting a mix here too. This is a lot like Wisconsin. So here you go. Here's a good example. We're getting up basically close to 100%. Trump, this looks very similar to 2016 here. Yes, you're going to get a mix here, I think, in Minnesota. You're going to get a mix.
My dog's comfortably sitting on the desk.
We're talking about in Michigan seeing a lot of these. The same-day vote is really taking sort of preeminence right now. Same thing in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania and Michigan, we're looking at a lot of same-day vote coming out first. You're seeing a lot of early vote in Iowa. That's getting Biden that lead right now. Minnesota, Wisconsin, I think you see.
Told you, early voting favors Democrats, but in-person voting is all about our team. All about the Republicans.
Steve, I'm going to be a total jerk and just keep going with this. Do you have anything on the Minnesota Senate race? Minnesota Senate race, I think, has been a real sleeper. This is the Democratic incumbent Tina Smith against a Republican challenger named Jason Lewis. And even though it has not had a lot of national attention, the polling has actually been quite close there.
Check CNN, see if there's shitting.
We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio,
he's not
it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything like. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones that are left. We're somewhere in this ballpark, and we're fighting it out over these states.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch. Everybody's got to be patient, though, and let everyone count the votes as
shut
they
up.
should. That's what's critically important.
It is critical, and so we're going to get.
Why
to
haven't
a
they called
point. I'm gonna
Texas
shift
yet?
maps again. We're going to get to a point again. So we're looking at 11:20. We knew this was going to take time. The Secretary of State in all 3 of these states have told us, the chief election official here, Secretary of State here and here, have told us this is going to take time. Please be patient because of the difference between mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and then the election day surge. The priority on election day is to deal with the people in the line, to deal with the coronavirus safety concerns.
Oh, shut up.
To deal with ballot integrity and ballot security when you have moving parts. Then you have to count all those mail-in votes. And so you see red, again, if you're a Republican and you're looking at this map, this is a handstand.
They're going with this red mirage bullshit.
Not there yet. Again, these are real leads, but we're just nowhere near done. And I'm going to keep going through them just to see if the numbers change at all. Delaware County, 16%. Philadelphia County up to 33%. We're at 22% more. And you see the math starting to go up there, but still 33%. And you see 209,000. So you've got at least 300,000 plus. If it's a higher turnout election, maybe 400,000 more votes to win. So we're going to have to watch as this one plays out here. And again, you come into the counties around it. In Bucks County, that's 2016. Let me come back here to 2020, still at 12%. Again, it's frustrating to people who want to know. especially when you get to this point where if you're a Republican, you think the president's going to hold Florida, hold North Carolina, and hold Ohio.
He
We're not
held
sure
them
about
all.
that
Shut
yet.
up.
But if you're looking at the numbers right now, that's what you think. If you're a Republican, you won't get too much of an argument from many Democrats until they see more evidence, until they see something change. They're not going to argue with you. So if you're a Republican and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And if we're defying the odds here, some people thought we were going to lose Florida. Doesn't look like we will. Some people thought we were going to lose North Carolina. Doesn't look like we will. The Republican starts to think, okay, well then we're going to do it here again too. But we just don't know that. We just don't know that. And because of the early counts, I just want to come back out here again. Pam mentioned Allegheny County waiting on a lot of votes. We're at 17%. So just focus. You can look at that or you can look up here. Again, Joe Biden has 98,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago with 367,000 votes. This is a higher turnout election. The winner of this county is going to be north of that number, right? Most likely north of that number, at least equal to that number, and we're not even close. And so we just have to be patient and wait it out.
Oh, God, you're still playing a patient game.
Just pull it back and come back in. We'll move over to Michigan. We'll just do the same experiment, right? You look at Macomb County. Let's start in a place where the president is leading right now. That would be impressive. If the president can keep that lead in Macomb County, he'd be in pretty strong shape in Michigan. 143,000 right now. We go back in time, 224,000. This is a higher turnout election we expect everywhere, at least close to 2016. We don't expect any place really, especially an important battleground place, to be below 2016. So 224,000 votes 4 years ago, 143,000 votes now. What does that tell you? It tells you we have to wait and we have to keep counting. Way more votes down here. Wayne County, Joe Biden is ahead right now with 147,000
That don't mean
votes.
shit.
You go back in time. Hillary Clinton won it. Again, look at the difference. 147,000 votes, almost 520,000 votes. What does that tell you? It just tells you they have a lot of votes to count in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Kent County.
Demonstrate better than I that would potentially, if the president wins Pennsylvania, which we're probably not going to know for some time, the answer to that question, it's possible, right, Bill, that we could get to a 269 situation here?
You could do that. Yeah, Martha.
He's a little sad.
I said I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to.
I forced your hand.
We can't resist, right? Okay. Listen, we were standing here and Arizona popped up blue. I did not expect that. I don't know if you guys did downstairs or not, but let's go ahead and.
No, you trumped us.
Okay. Sorry about that. But won't happen again. Promise. At least tonight, anyway, before midnight. So here we go. Now let's go ahead and play this out. Okay. I mean, do we think Donald Trump's going to win Georgia at the moment? I would say yes. Do we think he's going to win North Carolina? Probably by 1.5 points. Okay. Is he going to win Ohio? It looks like it. All right. So Texas, certainly.
Iowa.
Iowa, it would appear. Montana and Alaska. Now let's go ahead and start filling some in here for Joe Biden. He's probably
playing his
gonna
game
win New
again.
Mexico. I don't know about Nevada. It's considered a battleground state, but we'll see which way it goes. So leave that off the board here and come back to that upper Midwest that I was just talking about, Michigan and Wisconsin. You know how hard they've campaigned there. I mean, they've been trying to flip these states, well, and they did in 2016.
Yeah, you better correct
This
yourself.
year, and they're also working super hard in Minnesota. I don't know what gives there, but just for the moment, 247. If Trump goes into Michigan, he's at 263, and if he wins in Wisconsin, that would do the trick for his second term in the White House.
But that's a big pull, Michigan and Wisconsin. So I've got my board here.
Okay, all right.
And I've given them Nevada.
It's like Battleship.
I've given them Nevada. Biden at 6.
Battle of the maps.
And then we've got Pennsylvania is really where it is, and he's going to come up short if he wins all of the 3 Midwest. So then it's Pennsylvania. But even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's 266, 264. You've got the other 2 congressional districts. So then
One in each.
Hawaii. Sorry, we got to get Hawaii.
Sorry. We do not want to forget about Hawaii, right?
I would like to be there, right?
I'm in the year of
go, bud.
COVID for sure.
Get down.
Okay, so I have Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan still not checked yet.
Okay, so
I gave him Maine 2, right?
You gave
and I
who
gave
Maine 2?
Biden Nebraska 2. Does that
Okay.
check out with you?
Whew.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but what?
well, if you
This is
give
this is
that's
sad.
270,
260.
he gets there. Biden does. I mean, I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern states.
Gotcha. Sorry, I couldn't see that thing.
Yeah. So it's getting really tight.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
All 3.
Nope.
And then I gave Pennsylvania to President Trump.
Yeah, there you go. 270, 260.
We called Mississippi Senate yet? I don't think so.
I'll get back to you, Britt.
Oh, God, this is funny. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck was that? Young Turk still losing her shit? Let's check it out. Let's see how bad they're getting all butthurt.
Whatever. Now, when you talk about the media, my problem with the media is their fear, and you talked about it. They won't call a liar a liar. They won't call a racist a racist. They won't use these words that are the truth because they're worried about hurting someone's feeling or not getting access or how many clicks they get or whatever it is that's driving them. But this division in a Democratic Party needs to stop until the Democratic Party gets in power. Get in power, then work it out amongst yourself. But remember that the eye on the prize is winning the elections, getting the Senate, whatever it is, that's the prize. Then have the battle within.
I know, but Alonzo, obviously I understand the logic of that, and that's exactly what we did in this election. It's not like anybody attacked Biden. No, we had as near 100% unity, right? Did it work? No, because the thesis is wrong. The thesis is be neutral, be weak, be civil. And that's not how you win elections. So you're 100% right in saying, oh, and I know Michelle Obama is a saint, and you're not allowed to say anything against her. But there's nothing that's hurt the Democratic Party more than the idea of when they go low, we go high. Yeah, you float away in a cloud, okay? No, when they go low, you should burrow a tunnel underneath them and plant a bomb, okay? So politically, okay? And you should blow them up. I mean, they won't be able to get lower than me, right? But when anybody does that on the Democratic side, the media says, no way, don't listen to them, don't. Those guys fight back, shh, don't, right? So anyways, Ben, tell us about the gambling odds here, and then we'll see if they're right or not.
Well, a friend of mine told me, because I talk gambling quite often, that about, I don't know, 45 minutes ago, you could the sites that were taking bets on this, you could lay money on Biden at plus 185, so that's nearly 2 to 1. You bet $1,000, you win $1,850 if Biden wins.
Okay, hold on, sorry, I got a call. This has been the most amazing development of tonight out of so many amazing developments. Fox News has called Arizona for Biden.
Yeah. So let me put that in and why we all should have made that bet at plus 185.
Yeah, and now by the way, as you were speaking, it had gone to 3 to 1, and so I wanted to talk about, is this red mirage or is it polling? So we're going to get to that next, but you start the conversation, I'll follow up.
So Nate Silver at 538 says if Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, which seems likely, and I presume Georgia and North Carolina, but Biden wins Arizona, there's an 85% chance that Biden wins the Electoral College.
No, that's what I've been saying all night.
Right.
At the end of the day, you win Arizona, you're going to win anyway. But it should have never been this close.
Right, but yes, it shouldn't have been. But when it's all over, he's going to have won by 6 or 7 points if he wins Pennsylvania. And so as close as it is tonight and as frustrating as tonight is, and it should remain frustrating because I don't think Democrats are going to take control of the Senate. Maybe they get to 50-50, but then we're going to spend the next 4 years like desperately hoping that Joe Manchin is with us, and that's going to go poorly.
That's going to go super poorly.
Yeah. So he'll.
What do we got here?
How Michigan needs 24 more hours before they can report out their count. Pennsylvania is talking about not having those results until
they want to manufacture votes,
starting with T for Tuesday, and the same goes with Michigan. So I think the fact that both campaigns are expecting this to go on beyond tonight is not cause for alarm. It is part of the conditioning. I think
They're going to be
both
so
sides trying to
sad.
give. It doesn't necessarily mean that this heads down a legal path. I guess the Biden campaign says that is still to be determined. The Trump campaign has been more hawkish about legal avenues being pursued. But it does mean that this is going to feel like something that isn't one and done. And I think Mike Murphy and I both have some muscle memory. I think a lot of folks do from the Florida recount. No one is saying it'll go on that long, but we are at least looking at something that doesn't end this evening.
So you guys at least have the Florida recount in common. A lot of Democrats
fucking Brian Williams.
have merely sitting in their homes and watching 2016 in common. Mike, which is it?
Well, it's not 2016. I mean, I think if we kind of unwind this, a lot of Democrats were looking for a quick knockout in the Sun Belt where Biden would take a red state away, particularly Florida. And it didn't happen. Now, that said, I was very busy in Florida. It's the state I know well. I did both of Jeb's campaigns down there.
Fucking Jeb.
He did well. He flipped Jacksonville. He did well in Tampa Bay. He was cooking. But Miami-Dade alone collapsed, and I mean really collapsed. Hillary won that county by 29 points, Obama by nearly 24 points. Biden will be probably getting out of there winning by about 8 or 9 points. It's the biggest swan dive in the county I've ever seen because everything else was working great. So the good news for the bad news for Biden and for Democratic psychology is the easy break his back tonight win in Florida or Georgia or North Carolina look very unlikely playing on red state turf. There's one red state left in the Sun Belt that I do think is probably going to flip to Joe Biden, which is Arizona. It could be the revenge of Senator John McCain. That's going to take a while. We need to get more vote in, but it looks very promising for Biden. Then we're down to the blue wall. And those states, because they're not used to the kind of absentee wave we're having this year, and because their rules require you to count on Election Day, are going to take a while, like all day tomorrow, maybe even into Thursday morning before we get full numbers. So I've done a lot of Michigan races. I would tell everybody to take a breath and understand they're not going to get instant gratification there because they're not going to be seriously counting, the real bulk of the vote until tomorrow.
Mike, down ballot, what does your gut tell you about whether Mitch McConnell is going to be majority leader or minority leader?
Boy, it's close. They may be one short on the Democratic side of taking it, but I kind of want to see how that Iowa race goes and, and see if Tillis holds on in North Carolina. But it's not as likely as I think conventional wisdom had it 24 hours ago that the Dems would narrowly pick up the Senate. But we also need to see Montana. See what's going on there. We don't have nearly enough.
I think we can be sure that win or lose, Joni Ernst will always hereafter know the break-even price on a bushel of beans. Nicole Wallace has a special guest to bring into this conversation. Nicole?
Are we bringing in?
Not yet.
Oh.
No, this is not yet. First of all, I am interested.
I'm not in the traffic position here, Brian.
I will turn this car right around.
This is pathetic.
Orders.
I am going. Sorry. Steve Kornacki, I would like to talk to you about Pennsylvania no matter what anybody else wants to talk about. Now, how much do we have in statewide, and what's going on with the crazy disparities between the counties in terms of what they are reporting?
Yeah, and there are a fair number of counties, as I was saying a few minutes ago, smaller counties generally. A lot of them in the western half of the state, it's Trump country, where you got basically all the vote that's reported out so far. Where you're missing vote is Philadelphia, first of all. Let me show you that. 33% in, core Democratic. What is left here is over 500,000 ballots in Philadelphia. Now, again, Philadelphia, what they are trying to do there tonight is, you see, they report out the same-day vote, the votes that were cast today in Philadelphia. That's part of the reporting. That's coming into tonight. They have also reported out some of the mail ballots. They were processing them today. They were processing as many as they could, and they've reported some of those, and they may do some more before the night is over. But that's going to leave them with hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots that, tomorrow, maybe into Thursday, that are going to be reported out. But again, more than 500,000 when all is said and done. They're not done for the night right now, but there's going to be a lot left to be done when the night is over.
In 2016, what was the margin in Philadelphia County? Do we have that easily accessible?
83 to 15.
Okay, all right.
You know, so again, you've got, this is very relative here. You've got Trump's best ballots in Philadelphia. That's why Biden's sitting, I think, at 77% right now. You've got the same-day ballots in Philadelphia. And again, this is this thing. The votes that were cast today are the high water mark for Trump for the types of votes that are cast. He's probably losing the same day, but he's probably not losing it by anywhere near the margin he's going to lose the early votes by. So you've got a ton. You know, as I say, you've got 500,000 more to come in Philadelphia there, and these suburban counties right outside of it, like a Montgomery County, 350,000 to come. You know, what you're actually looking at here, they've processed some of their mail-in ballots. There are some counties, as I said, in Pennsylvania that actually are processing large numbers of mail-in ballots and getting them out. Montgomery's gotten quite a few out. We got same-day vote to come there. You know, Chester County, we've got a mix. We've got some mail, we've got some same-day, and you got 168,000 to come. So there are a lot of votes to come here in this Philadelphia area. You're talking about just these counties right here plus Philadelphia. You're talking like a third of the state right there. So that's really, I think, throwing off a lot of the numbers you see statewide. The other thing I can draw your attention to here, though, is we say some counties are complete. Here's one that is. This is Scranton. Joe Biden, Joe Biden has made Scranton such a central part of his campaign. What's happening in Scranton, Lackawanna County? Biden wins it. 53.6, Trump 45.2, 8-point margin. So what does that represent for Democrats? Well, that's an improvement from 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton won this only by 3. Biden's getting it by 8 right now. But that's also not what Democrats had been expecting before 2016 in Scranton and in Lackawanna County. Obama won this by 27 points in 2012. Again, this is one of those places that moved dramatically in Trump's direction in 2016. Biden made a little step here tonight back toward what Democrats used to get, but not a huge one. But again, in Pennsylvania, the margin was less than 1 point statewide, you know, in 2016. So any improvement Democrats can pick up in these counties, and if they can get more support, more turnout in those suburban areas, to get that 0.7 point change, that's what they're looking for here to win Pennsylvania. You know, that might help them, but obviously come a long way since 2012 in our politics.
Can I ask you about Armstrong County in Pennsylvania? I've been hearing that there may be some sort of interesting results out of Armstrong.
Let me see what we got here. Well, yeah, interesting is one word. We've had a couple of issues. I'm not going to put it up because we've had a couple issues tonight in Pennsylvania with counties reporting out numbers that I think we were on Lehigh earlier. We were looking at the Lehigh Valley earlier, and there was something very wrong there, and I want to check before I show it. I suspect the same thing just happened.
Thank you for your foresight. Joy, what were you going to ask?
Well, I wanted to see if Steve could do the same thing about Michigan that you just did in Pennsylvania, because I know it's still early and we're not going to get all the vote in tonight, but what have we got in for Michigan, particularly the Flint area?
Yeah, and again, I think you had Heidi on talking about this, where it's getting tricky in Michigan because we're trying to figure out what types of ballots have actually been cast and counted so far in this. So, you know, if you're looking at, let me give you an example here, because I think we've gotten a lot out of Oakland County. I think we've gotten a mix. I will get to Flint, but I want to just show you what I mean. See, we're getting a bit of a mix here in Oakland County. This is a big suburban county just outside of Detroit. This is Biden basically hitting the number that Hillary Clinton hit in 2016. I think this is, as I say, this looks like a pretty decent mix of the two types, and that's what happens. You get a result that makes sense. But in a lot of these counties right now, you're basically getting the same day vote. So, you know, if you were to take a look, like Saginaw is another good example. Here, this is a perfect example, actually. This is all same-day vote. And here's Donald Trump at 60%. Again, this was dead even in 2016. Here's Donald Trump running at 60% right now. So it's very uneven in terms of what we're getting from these counties right now.
And Genesee County, do we have time?
So we've got Trump at 53, Biden at 42. And again, you're basically
Man,
just getting...
these losers.
I'll give you an example here. In 2016, Clinton won this by 9. Trump's winning by 12. But you're basically getting just the same day vote right there. So the mix in these states that we're seeing right now is what's making it so complicated to try to figure out what exactly is going on. As you're seeing it, especially in Michigan. Some of these counties, it's a very even mix. And in some of these counties, I think it's very skewed right now.
We are seeing a theme. We are seeing that in Michigan and in Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania, which are the path to 270 that we've been talking about all night in terms of where these campaigns are going to end up.
It's also why you're now hearing at 11:41 from both sides that a winner will not be determined tonight.
Neither campaign expects there to be a result tonight.
Correct. Correct. And I think for some more context and to help us sort of put this into a frame that might ease anxiety, we have someone joining us from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It's Sean Mysick. He's the editor-in-chief of the Pennsylvania Capital Star. We've talked before.
Oh, my God, these
you were
losers.
ready for this, for the nation's eyes, the world's eyes, let's face it, turning to Pennsylvania. Tell us, I know you've been on the phone tonight. What is your sense of the state of the race in your
Let me show you my state real quick.
Yeah, Nicole, I've just been over here doing box breathing, trying to be patient for this evening. Yeah, it's as advertised.
Let me show you that right there. 59% Trump, 39% for Biden.
Knowing we're not going to get a result.
Little Joshy getting blown out too, by the way.
The magnitude of the count. My good friend John Tamari over at the Philadelphia Inquirer is saying that 2.22 million mail-in ballots statewide have yet to be counted. That's about 87% of the total. Those are overwhelmingly Democrats, and 3 of the state's largest counties still have a ton of ballots to count. Philadelphia may be doing another count come midnight, and then doesn't plan to do another count until 9 o'clock in the morning, joining 7 more counties.
Just stealing that election.
Was there? It's supposed to be a more high turnout election, so maybe there's more votes there.
Are they still talking about fucking Georgia?
Pam mentioned Gwinnett County. Come over here. You see 174,000 for Biden now. You go back 176. So he's ahead of Hillary Clinton already there with still some votes to be counted. The question you're asking, this is the reason I'm going through this, is it at all possible? When you look at the Donald Trump lead right now, when you go through these areas and you move over here, we had that. We come here again, 81,000 votes. There's a lot of votes to be done here. 81,000 is where Joe Biden is now. You go back in time. 251.
They really think Biden's going to win Georgia. Come on,
in
man.
those counties, you come back out, you see the president's lead is 211,000. When you have that many votes missing from DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Fulton, there's no reason at all for Democrats to give up. There's votes to be counted.
Oh my
God! The question is, can you win? As those votes are counted, what's your margin? What is your margin? So again, you keep it on the board. If you look at it right now, there's a Democrat, you're disappointed, but when you do the math and figure out what's out there, this is why patience is going to be so important.
Patience.
And again, it's the very same situation. Pam mentioned more than 1 million votes here. They're just nowhere near. This is 2016. You come back up to 2020. They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right? You just saw the 2016 numbers. And so patience is what's required here. And again, we heard the president repeatedly at the end of the campaign saying we should be able to count the votes on election night. That's it. I'm done. It's just not the way it works, which is why Sarah Murray in the report saying the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just came out, explained the process. That's really the challenge now. For the election officials in these states where you have the slow count, we just got the Fairfax information. In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, transparency is going to be key in the hours ahead because this is where, in this age of social media and everything else, this is where things start to fly around. The important thing is stay with the sources you trust, be patient. We're going to count them. We have eyes on them. It's all fine.
No rush. We'll take it easy.
Right.
We'll do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but take a look at this in Maine right now. 37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump.
That ain't nothing.
51.3% to 45.5%. The second congressional district in Maine with 1 electoral vote, 33% of the vote is in. Trump is slightly ahead, 8,841 votes, 50.6% to 45%. Only a third of the vote is in Maine. The second congressional district in Montana right now, Biden is ahead but it's close, by about 1,300 votes, 49.2% to 48.1%. 20% of the vote in Montana is in, so we're watching those contests as well.
And so, again, very rarely does it happen, but every now and then, those one matter. You mentioned the Maine 2nd Congressional District. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to, 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that that happens, but on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, again, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's
a
symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
That's right.
Key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000 votes. 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before where the Republican takes an early lead. But now,
yeah, exactly. Northern Virginia.
Come in. And you see Fairfax County was at 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television. And then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it and in come the votes. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. As you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have the counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you were watching all night long, you're wondering, why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this, and that puts Virginia back again. So you come back out, and you look at this map where we are right now, right? So now we're at 1147. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one,
oh my God,
you see those? They're red right now, but
a little bit of weakness in southern Florida. Is it the same in Detroit, Michigan? Here's where it was in 2016. Just to give you a sense of comparison here, Hillary Clinton, 70% of the vote, 517,000 votes. Tonight, Joe Biden's got 164,000, so there's still a lot of votes to be counted in Detroit. Just come out wide to the state now. And is that margin in Detroit enough to cover the rest of rural Michigan that is just red all over? Now I'm going to pop over here to Wisconsin. There was a poll from ABC the other day that had Joe Biden up 17 points in this state. ABC, Washington Post. Well, look where you are right now. It's 71% of the vote. You know, Trump's got a lead here by 4 points. If this holds up, you know, these rural counties that he's been campaigning in so hard for, you know, not just the last couple of weeks, but the last couple of years, frankly. And I showed you the margin from 2016. It was razor tight in Wisconsin. Here it was in the entire state. Hillary Clinton lost by 22,000 votes. It seems yet again 4 years later that we are in the exact same place in Wisconsin. And I would argue in Michigan, we're in the exact same place that we were. That's 2016, right? I mean, how much closer does it get? 10,600 votes in Michigan? And look where we are tonight. In 2020, half the votes in. And again, we'll see how it goes in Detroit.
No, I think we know how it's going to go.
Southeastern Michigan, but well, here's Kent County. This is Gerald Ford country. He had a big rally there the other day. In fact, at midnight on Monday night, I've got my days right here, my calendar years, during COVID times here in my head. It was midnight last night in Kent County where the president concluded his campaign. It was the same location 4 years prior where he did it as well. And right now, comfortably ahead there. 4 years ago, so he's running ahead right now of his margin from 2016 at 54.5% in Kent County. So, you know, I mean, you think about the rallies on the last day, Traverse City, Michigan, not a ton of votes up there just yet, but, you know, he had a rally there. It was just, I just want to refresh my memory here, 47,000 real votes in this county. from 2016. In 2020, you're at, okay, 34,000 votes. So it's.
We're just bouncing around now.
Are you ready for some tough questions? Why do you want this job? Why do you want to be president again?
This is your third run. Why Joe Biden?
Hey, excuse me, sir. We'd love to ask you a couple questions.
Why is black turnout so important?
This is why we are angry. Why aren't those states better prepared?
Why?
Why?
See if we got any other media meltdowns. We're here for the shit post now. We are here for the shit posting now.
Polling lines are done. They are going to start releasing results, probably mostly from rural Nevada. So let me caution everybody.
Oh my God.
So the first numbers
Caution.
you may get are going to be overwhelmingly in favor of Donald Trump, but probably not a large number of votes coming.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm agreeing with you 1,000% on this. I am agreeing with you 1,000%. A loud voice with an opinion that's not changing. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So
NPR will get over it, by the way.
Yeah,
they'll be all right.
I hope so. But I remember last time I was on NPR, they were aghast at what, because they're like, my decibel level had risen above a whisper, and they were flummoxed. They didn't know what to do about it. And then I criticized Nancy Pelosi, and they're like, that's it. Never have this guy on again. This is crazy talk.
Tallying the votes tonight, and then there's the wave of lawsuits that are still ongoing and that are going to be coming down the pike. Over 300 lawsuits right now.
And they still ain't calling up half the states we won.
Today, over
Pathetic.
300 of them. This is in dozens of states. This is nationwide.
Jillian, I'm sorry. I do want to interrupt you. As I do multiple times. I'm sorry, my friend, but we can call Texas.
You finally called Texas.
38 electoral votes. Again, the great tease that we were discussing earlier on, that this is the time it's going to turn blue. Well, it did not tonight.
Not a
it might
chance.
Happen, 4 years from now, did not happen tonight. So that has changed the math dramatically, hasn't it? With the 38 electoral votes there, the president's now at 204 to 223. So we're still waiting on states like Ohio, of course, the aforementioned Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's anyone's guess. But Ohio, I'm sorry, I was misreading that there. And Georgia, the situation there. But Jillian, finish that thought. I apologize.
I think, what was I? Oh, I was saying that essentially, keep your eye on the litigation, Neil. Another reason we're not going to get to the final numbers tonight is there are over 300 lawsuits ongoing now related to the election. They're in dozens of states, coast to coast. So there's the numbers that are going to get tallied up tonight, and then there is what's going to shake out in the courts over the coming days and weeks.
Lee Carter, to you, when you follow these numbers, I'm sorry, I had my writing is so bad, guys, that I have it in columns. I even have a pen that is red and blue and green, and even with that, I screw up.
He's adding with an abacus.
Yes, exactly. One potato, two potatoes. Take my shoes off, count my toes. But Lee, one of the things that's interesting to me, you could run the math a little interesting and still find a way for either of these guys to get to 270 tonight without Pennsylvania. I think to Lou's point, it's a bit more problematic, and there's no closure there because even if one of them does, the other's certainly not going to be making any concession speech. And to Jillian's point, with the lawsuits and everything else, don't anticipate that one way or the other. But what do you make of that, and then just the fact that they're as close as they are now, with some of these states still held out open, and we might not know for a while?
Mm-hmm.
There is a path about Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania is really a deciding factor here. And I think, though, that even if we're not going to have, and we know we're not going to have the answer to Pennsylvania for some time based on all of these different factors, but you can extrapolate what's going to happen in Pennsylvania if you start looking at what's happening in Ohio, if you look at Michigan, if you look at Wisconsin. They're very, very similar. And we saw this, in 2016. Lou, I remember we were together on election night in 2016. And you started to see the same thing, and you could see the path and feel what was happening. Because
Georgia competitive. Get the fuck out of here, man.
People in these states behave is very, very similar. The issues that are most important to them are very, very similar. So I think if you start to see Michigan, Wisconsin turn, you're likely going to see Pennsylvania turn as well. And I think there is going to be a long fight. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are fighting about, voter fraud, voter discrepancy, counting votes, the Electoral College, should it exist or not? when the truth of the matter is the candidates need to look at it themselves and try to figure out what went wrong. And I think what went wrong is that the message didn't reach the people the way they wanted to. And that's something that people really need to think about, because we can look at all of these different factors, but at the end of the day, the people made the decision and they made their choice based on what they heard from these candidates. And the candidates made their case the best way that they could. At the end, this is the judgment of what it is.
Well, and at the end, the president used a megaphone, and that is really undeniable.
There's no question about it. And you felt it, the energy, the enthusiasm, the momentum, all of that was out there. All of that was on the table. He left it all out there, and it just wasn't the same when you watch the Joe Biden campaign. And it was a very, at the end of the day, I'm sure that, the Biden campaign is going to be looking back and saying, what if, what should we have done differently? We can't just blame it on all of these recounts. We can't blame it on litigation. We can't blame it on the Electoral College, but that's what people are going to try to do instead of saying the case wasn't made. Because the bottom line is this: when you look at how people voted, more people voted against Donald Trump than for, Joe Biden on that side. And that's a real problem, because Joe Biden didn't make the case on what he was going to do. Only 30% of Americans felt like they really understood what Joe Biden was going to do when he took office. And, this shouldn't be a close race by all accounts. When you look at nationwide polling where you had a 10-point lead, this should never have come to be this close. We shouldn't be sitting here at this time. And there's no one to blame except for the campaign itself.
All right, we are going to look, by the way, I mentioned that, the 10-point lead, the national lead that you hear so much about. There's a great distinction, obviously, between the popular vote and the electoral vote. I'm stating the obvious here. But if we can...
How are they not calling Georgia for Trump, man? Come on.
Now, the thing with the popular vote, and you might remember this 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton ultimately won that by about 3 million votes here. Those states trickle in, particularly final votes that we get from big Democratic states like New York State and California. Those tend to sort of trickle out through the evening. And then, of course, we have a much better idea of where the popular vote is.
This is some sad shit, man. They really are refusing to fucking call it like it should be.
What's interesting is what's happening, certainly on the electoral vote count, where they're very, very tight for the time being. But on the popular vote, Joe Biden...
Our projection, 18 electoral votes, a hugely valuable state.
Told you Ohio was going for us. Don't doubt me on this.
That had previously been characterized as too early to call with Trump in the lead. But again, Ohio now projecting Trump as the winner of Ohio. In terms of what remains outstanding in closely watched swing states. In Florida right now, I should also remind you that that is being characterized as a Donald Trump lead, even though that state has not been called. Florida has not been called by NBC News, but NBC is describing it as a Trump lead. In terms of other states that we're watching, obviously we are focusing, like you can't believe, on Pennsylvania and Arizona.
And I think there's only about 22% of the vote in Arizona at this point, and it shows
74.
It shows, there we go. It shows Joe Biden at 53% and the president.
Yeah, those are all mail-in ballots, by the way.
There is, by all accounts, quite a bit of vote out there.
Yeah,
still,
a million.
Still not in. So,
but both the Senate race and the state called.
Yep.
Right. Meanwhile, I actually have some news. The Pennsylvania court has agreed to hold a hearing tomorrow on a GOP effort to invalidate some votes in Pennsylvania that were, quote, fixed or cured in legal jargon. Where
yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Mail-in ballots that had some problem and that somehow they were altered to be counted. The GOP is making an effort to invalidate those counts.
Yeah, you're not allowed to cure a ballot.
That in Pennsylvania, a significant percentage of the vote has yet to be counted in Delaware County, Allegheny County, Montgomery County, and Philadelphia County, which are all Democratic strongholds. So Pennsylvania, one, very much up for grabs. Two, you're going to see some lawsuits in Pennsylvania. There seems to be no question about that.
The Secretary of State there, we should point out, says that Philadelphia workers are counting through the night. They're working on 8-hour shifts, counting around the clock.
You know, it's worth
not stopping.
It's worth keeping in mind as we follow these lawsuits that what they're really mostly about is what state law, that is to say the law passed by state legislators, says are the rules and regulations of an election. And some states adjusted some state legislatures adjusted their rules and regulations to accommodate COVID-19. Some states did not. But the Constitution grants the authority to set election rules to state legislatures, not state courts, not state election boards, but state legislatures. So what these Republicans are worried about is monkey shines of the kind that might be suggested when you hear that votes are being altered to make them count, which otherwise would not have. So this is where we are. But you're going to hear a lot of talk about vote suppression. In some cases, that might be true, but in a lot of cases, it amounts to an insistence on following the law.
And there's another issue here, which is that every state, and by the Constitution, every state sets its own rules for elections. So, you know, Pennsylvania's rules can be utterly different, and that's completely legal if it is done by state officials. And we've seen it here. Some states count early votes first, some count them last. Sometimes there are variations within counties in the same state.
Chris, it's not just state officials. It's the state legislature that the Constitution confers the authority to set the rules. And if state officials come along later and say, well, geez, you know, we got this pandemic and isn't it awful, they don't have authority to change that.
But then you have to interpret what the legislature has done in the midst of this pandemic and all that rest.
Yeah, that's right.
And that,
Knew that was coming.
You get the courts involved as to say, did you in fact violate what the that takes us down a road of great contention.
Well, I know, but if you have a deadline in law, right, and somebody says, well, we're going to count votes that are after the deadline, there's not a lot of interpreting to be done there. But votes are late.
It's
they
more
don't count.
complicated than that, because look at Texas, where a couple of Republicans tried to block Harris County, Houston, which put in drive-through.
We're fucking ending this tonight because this is boring shit.
It wasn't the state legislature.
Clearly, they want to
Harris
fucking
County
ride this out.
officials.
Right. So,
the state Supreme Court and a federal court that struck down the Republican efforts to invalidate.
we're gonna relax. You guys can follow me
All I'm saying
on the Twitter. As you can see, my social media all over the place. All the same. You guys follow me on Twitter because I'm gonna be shit posting on there while we wait and see what happens. This is a lot of dead time and this is some boring shit. I understand it. Some real boring shit. Clearly, they don't want to call anything because it would make Trump look good. They want to ride this out. You know, little riot season. I understand that. But anyway, we're going to be back live probably Saturday night. I don't know what game yet. No idea. But, yeah, we'll be back Saturday. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. You know, little election day fun. Had some nice little meltdowns. And, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. Hold on.
Column, and my phone is lighting up with Republicans saying you can't do it. And you just heard me kind of grill Chris Starwald on that. They're standing by that call as of this hour.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a great deal of pushback from the president, his staff, the governor of Arizona, apparently more than 1 million ballots still to be counted. I'm not privy to the math. I'm not certain how that, after the explanation from Chris Starwald, how that decision was made. So I'm sure there was a reason for it. I don't know what it is. I do know that people are very concerned about the media in general. I think our viewers trust us, but people are concerned. I do know as a factual matter that the claim, and I think I'm quoting now, our pre-election polls were really, really good, is just not true. I mean, if that were true, then the New York Times wouldn't have given Joe Biden a 70% chance this morning of winning Florida. Some polls were good, a lot were bad. And I know that the impulse always for everyone, me, you, I mean, everybody, is self-justification, et cetera. But I mean, we should be honest about, and I'm not specifically talking about Fox News, but the media more broadly, we should be honest about the times that we were wrong. And some of these polls were wrong, and I think many of them probably were wrong for honest reasons, but wrong nonetheless.
We'll be back Saturday night. Right here. You guys can like, subscribe, all that good shit. I don't know what we're going to be playing yet, but we'll see. But other than that, you guys have a great rest of your night, and follow me on Twitter. We're going to do some shit posting. So with that being said, you guys have a great rest of your night, and hopefully we'll have a good idea who won re-election tomorrow. So you guys take it easy now. Goodbye.